Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's happening, peoples? All around the world, how you doing? What's crack-a-lacking? What's going on a Friday? It's Open Mic Fridays here on Rogue Radio. My name is Andrew Kibe, with you here Monday through Friday. Man, we've come to the end of the week. Another week done and dusted. Did you achieve anything? Did you achieve anything? Did you do anything? Would you say that your life is better? Or is it the usual? Have you done something new? I keep asking myself, what new thing are you doing? Because, that's the whole essence of life, right? To experience as much as you can before it doesn't make sense. To experience as much as you can before it stops making sense. Because at some point it's going to stop making sense. But between now and then, you want to experience everything. Do everything that you possibly can with the resources that you've been granted. So did you do anything? Did I do anything? Have I moved my life one extra inch, extra mile, extra whatever? Kilometer? What do you do? What do you guys go? Which metric do you use? Have you done anything that has moved your life 1 centimeter in the right direction? Just to say, this is something extra this week I've done. I know we're creatures of habit, and you may not realize it, but you've already fallen into a certain routine already, without even knowing it. You have like a routine that you don't break. Creatures of habit. Yeah, but it's important to keep adding to some of these good habits that you pick up, hobbies and shit. Keep yourself as busy as possible. I don't know. I'm trying to think, what else can I do with my time? Because by the time you live in this world, you have done everything, bro. You have done it all. Don't live a life of regret or a life of slavery where your work is just to slave for other people. What the fuck is that? Live a life on your own terms. Do epic shit. Do epic shit, bro. With the opportunity that you have now, do epic shit. Most of us fell into this groove of marriage, and that there's nothing as crippling to a man than a marriage. Because you cannot do epic shit now. You have to now consider everything else. There are too many considerations to make. Every time before you do something, you have to consider these people here. And now I went and collected people to bring into my life. Imagine that. Epic shit utatoa wapi? Utafanya epic shit siku gani? Choke jingle. God damn. Huh? I sound like I'm bitching. It is good to see you. Welcome to the stream. I see the stream is healthy today. Thank you very much to the people who are listening. I see many of you are here. It's a Friday. I think Friday is a very nice day for people to listen. I think it's because you're going towards the weekend, so you're more receptive to bullshit. You're like, let me go listen to what this madman has to say. Well, fuck you. And good to see you as well. If you listen to this show as you work out or as you're being bomolewed in the diabs, your guy is just so way up there in your esophagus. Whatever. I don't know what's going on in your life. There are like 2 women here I can see. But the other gentlemen, good to see you. If you're working out, if you're driving down the busy highways of the world, whatever it is that you're doing, maybe you are somewhere cattying a woman, trying to use some of my lines. All the best to you. Maybe some of you are planning Maandamano. You're sitting somewhere wondering, this idiot is talking about Raila Baba. You could be listening to me as we do all this shit. It is what it is. Just don't get carried away. Yeah? When you pick sides, don't get carried away. But it is what it is. Thank you for joining me this morning. And we shall have a good time as always. For now, I want to bring a song. Hey. Before we open up this shit to all the Twitter peoples, I want you to listen to this song. This is a song that came out, I think, in 93 or 92. But I was so conflicted because there was, they mixed rapping and singing and ragamuffin. Aye! So Ragamuffin was meant to be very hardcore at the time. And now they mixed like a soft sounding guy called Maxi Priest. I was like, shit, this doesn't work, but it sounds so good. And today we shall listen to that. The name of the song is House Call, bro. Just listen to how long they extended the beat. Though I no hurry with this one, bro. It's even called the extended version. That's how long the motherfucker is. But it's so beautiful, beautiful music. Let's get in there. Yes, sir. Very iconic beat there. Refio. Wait. Hey, Maxi Priest and Shaba. The fuck, bro. The fuck. That's how it should have been played. It should have always been played the long, extended version. Not this other nonsense 3-minute edition where you're just about to wear the Mondai and it's already ending. You know how those songs, they just made them 3 minutes something. God damn, my song was supposed to be over 5 minutes long. Give you time to walk to the dance floor and walk back. Nonsense. Welcome to the show. It's Open Mic Fridays. I am Andrew Kibe, as always, with you here, Monday through Friday. Good to see you here on the Rogue Radio stream, making a lot of sense. So many of you today, so I think either you've been paid, or you've been occurred. Those are the only things I know. I can tell when men are coming through. To me, it's either they've been paid, now they have the arrogance of money, or you've been occurred. Yesterday you found out that the child ain't yours. God damn it. Oh, what am I going to do? Or yesterday maybe you were given the papers. You were told, I am not happy. I cannot do this anymore. And you're like, oh, who has been talking about this shit the whole time? Who has been saying this? Imagine, Kibe, you are right. Kibe, you are right. I should have listened to you. No. No, you can't. You can't listen. Even now, if I was to come to your house and beat you over the head with a pipe, tell you, I cannot hear, wake up, you can't. You're in such a deep slumber that I am an enemy. Everything I say, you just look at me like a madman. Until the day now you're caught, then you realize, shit, where do madmen congregate? Oh, they are on the spaces every morning. Those are madmen. Those are madmen who congregate there. When you come and listen up, maybe for 2-3 days, and you're like, you know what? This actually makes sense. It makes sense. What these guys are saying, it makes sense. They may be a bit bitter, but it makes sense. Before long, you have your certificate in singlehood. And you're advising men, leave your bitches. Well, it is what it is. Yeah, but yeah, that was House Call. Shabarangs and Maxi Priest, the long version of this. So good to see you, so many of you here. Whatever it is that you're up to, I don't know what it is you're up to. You could be pretending to work. Many of you are like that. You're sitting in your office wearing headphones, pretending to work. You're not doing shit. You're just there to eat the money of the boss. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? You're not doing shit. I can see you. You're doing nothing. Yeah? Some of you are in the gym. All you've gone there is to look at women's diabs. I know. Especially in Kenya, that shit is just off the chains. Those bitches are coming dressed like nothing. Woman is wearing, you can see her camel toe. But you're like, madam, we're here to work out. What the fuck is this? I can't concentrate on my push-ups and my pull-ups. I can't even lift weights because now every time there's like a camel toe in your face, you wonder, what? And you expect me to pretend I don't see it. Is that what we are in 2023? You expect me to pretend to you that I don't see your camel toe. You come dressed in a mannerlessly, I shall look where I want to look. Bro, I was on a kayak. This kayak, they're called kayaks. Some place here in Austin. And me and this guy called David were just rowing. It's some crazy shit. You have to be very physically conditioned to enjoy it. So we're there. It's my first time, so I'm just, all my insecurities are hitting the roof, panicky. What if this thing falls over? Nobody has fallen over, but I'm the only one who's thinking like that. What if this thing falls over and then I lose my iPhone 13 Pro Max? God damn it, WXYZ. That's all that's going through my mind. It's not me enjoying this shit. And I look to my right. There's a group of 3 people. And two on one kayak and 1 on the other one. And one of them is topless. I'm like, God damn. Me here, I'm worried about stupid shit while toplessness is going on over there. There's somebody who's living their life topless there. I'm talking about a woman now. She's showing her tits to the world. Whatever it is that you're doing, it could be somewhere. Maybe you're a mechanic trying to learn the craft. Maybe you're in class doing the degree for your parents. Many of you go out there to do degrees for your parents. You know that? If you had any balls, you would stand up to them and tell them, this is a bullshit course. Everybody knows. This is not making sense. Now, instead of wasting your money on this, why not we try? I go into business. Whatever money it is that you had saved up, why not give business a try? Or you go join your uncle, whoever it is, go join them now. Forget about campus. Go join them now. They want you now. By the time you're leaving campus, you'll come out of campus with a bad head. You'll be an idiot by the time you're leaving campus. So don't wait till you leave, because once you leave and you have that certificate or that degree, you're fucked. Because getting that idiot out of your head will take a long time. That idiot is very obstinate. He doesn't listen because he has been given the power. He's been told now you have the power to think. Be very careful that you don't sit in that campus and you're doing a degree for your parents, because you'll be a horrible individual. You are the guys who are crooks in our country. Imagine doing something for somebody else. You're a grown-up. I'm 18. I ain't doing that stupid course. Oh, but you can't stay here if you're not going to follow our rules. Well, it's been real. I will see you on the other side. Don't threaten me, telling me what I can and can't do. I'm out of here. God damn it. And you go and you build your life. Imagine if you started living your life just immediately after high school. I always think about that for myself, and I'm like, man, if you could just have seen it somehow, you know? It's not a regret. But I think about it, I'm like, if you could just have seen it. Starting at 18 is a beautiful thing, bro. Because you start the lowest possible level. So you will know all the levels. You're not going to bypass the system. You meet a guy who's been staying alone from the time he was 18 and he's now 30. Bro, that guy is a sage. He's wise. That's a guru. A guy who's been living alone from 18. You meet him at 30. He knows some things that you'd only know through that kind of... because first he left home when we would say very early. So he's had to grow up very fast. Because we delay our growing up to 30, imagine. Now this guy is 30, he's been living alone for 12 years. Managed to live alone for 12 years. Took care of himself because he was told you cannot take care of yourself, so you need somebody else. He did that. Made sure his rent was always paid. He was always clean. He was always what? He's taken care of himself till he's 30. Learned himself, the do's and the don'ts. Started a business, failed. Got into many things, failed. Now he's 30, bro. Imagine the wisdom a guy who has been living by himself for 12 years has. That is a wise guy. You need to sit at his feet, bro. You're like, hey, bro, teach us your ways. Because you are a superior human being. That is superiority. And now you're going to go to campus. Finish campus when you're 24 with a useless piece of paper that makes you even now more dependent on your parents. Will you ever leave that motherfucking house? Will you ever grow up? Almost impossible. Let me hear from Jimmy. Jimmy, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Kiwi? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, man.
Yeah, that was the last part that you talked about, like someone leaving at a young age and all that. That was a good thing because yeah, that was me for like a long time. Because I left home when I was like 19 years old, and I came out here by myself, and I'm almost 30 now. So when you live like that, at some point you kind of get to an to a certain degree where you feel like because I used to hang out with people who were like 40 years old sometimes, like guys from Kenya who were like 40, 30 or something like that when I was like 21, and things that they used to talk about most of the times, or I was like, how uh, don't you know that already, and you're the one who's supposed to be telling me about stuff like that, and I know that already. But because of respecting the age as a culture, you don't want to go beyond. Like I cannot tell someone who's older than me what to do or stuff like that. So you just let it be. Sometimes, but I kind of to some degree understand what you're saying about like when you start young. Uh, you get to a point where you figure stuff out by yourself, and as you go ahead with life, uh, it kind of makes sense when you listen to talks like this. Because most of the time, when you figure out stuff when you're young and there's no one to like piece it together for you, you're just out there just doing stuff until like there's a kind of a philosophy somewhere that explains it all. Like what the fuck is going on? It's like there's people who are out there doing business, but it's professors. The professor explains what the fuck is going on, but the guy who's in the field is doing it. They don't really know the mentality behind it. They're just doing it. Yeah, that was my point.
Man, I'm trying to follow you everywhere you're going, bro. Hey.
No, I'm saying like the point where you're making about the age, like
No,
someone who's
I got it. I got the point completely. So you said you started living alone when you were 19. So you had to hustle for your own chums and everything.
yeah, like when I flew out here, I was like 19. That was like after high school. So uh, I was living in California. I had a host family, but I moved out of there the first year, and after that, I had to figure everything out by myself.
Oh, wow. Huh?
Yeah,
Oh, you're a host family. So you stayed with them for a year. Were you being a bitch or you had manners?
I had manners.
Yeah,
You have to have manners, bro.
you didn't go to shame the African culture.
Nah, it was a Kenyan
Oh
host
man,
family.
another Kenyan.
It was a Kenyan host family, so
Oh my
you
goodness.
kind of have to have manners to some
those
degree.
people are mannerless enough.
Yeah, they're mannerless, but you don't know anything that's going on, so you have to kind of
Pretend.
because they're not family, so you have to go around and know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, but no, but I get you. Going back to the point of starting early, it's very important for a man to start early because whether it is intentional or not intentional, it builds the character of a man very, very early, and that's very important for him to survive this world.
Yeah,
So all those years you've been here, you've not impregnated a woman, have you?
nah, bro.
Yeah, you're one of the lucky ones. There's a guy called Ndovukali who used to come here. Did you ever hear him?
The guy with the dreadlocks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
This guy came to America and in how many weeks he's already impregnated a woman. This guy paid child support for the first 18 years of his life, bro.
But it depends most of the time. How when you come here, it depends how you assimilate with the culture. So like a guy like that, most likely when he came here, he was more into the Kenyan life. Like when he came here, he got into Kenyan life.
And you didn't?
I was not able. I was in school, so.
Oh, well. You bypass that life. But I see that life pulling you, because every time you talk nowadays, you're talking about a life somewhere where there are Kenyan women. Bro.
Yeah, I mean, I was.
Did you ever hear the story of the frog and the scorpion?
Nah.
Yeah, bro. These two are crossing the river while the scorpion is on top of the frog. But the scorpion cannot help itself but, what do you say? Poison the frog. And the scorpion knows that if it poisons the frog, they're both going to drown. So that's what happens with Kenyans. Nobody leaves Kenya being evil. But people just come here and something clicks. I think the laws in America are so geared towards the evil people that if you find yourself here as an evil person, this is the territory for you now.
Oh.
So you might even go to a chick with the best intentions, you guys, thinking, oh, I found myself a nice looking Kenyan girl. She just looks like she fell straight out of the Mogumo tree. Yeah, brown skin, nice diab, fire waist, yeah, a big forehead just like you like. You say, oh man, this chick looks like she can receive some seed. You get that bitch gets pregnant. Pour inside. That bitch gets pregnant. It's a rap, nigga. It's a rap.
Bro, what's fucked up is like when I was still in school and I used to like let's say date or stuff like that with the Kenyan girls, and you stay with them for a while and they change, they switch up over time. When you get used to them, they switch up. They're nice the first couple maybe months, and then when they get used to you, they kind of switch up and bring out the I would say the tough them. The I don't give a fuck. It's like more of a Black American character for them when you kind of hang out with them over time and.
They know there's nothing you're going to do. In America, there's nothing you can do, bro.
The only thing you can do is leave.
Yeah, like a small little bitch crying. Have you seen how many videos these guys do every day crying about how they were caught out by a bitch? I'm like, what's wrong with you guys?
But I don't understand how but I'm only going to talk about myself. I don't understand how that stuff happens. Like how those guys get fucked up by the girls to a certain degree that they cry on videos. They go on the phone and record themselves crying.
Oh, well, that time mama is in your head. Everything is mama. This is a song for mama. Well, you're emotional. I can't believe I've been left. What am I going to do? How am I going to live the rest of my life, bro? Even I don't understand it. And
bro, I feel like I think that as a guy, you kind of supposed to go deal with that and analyze yourself based on. You get what I'm saying? Like if you go into a business and get fucked up, right? You're not gonna go cry on a video. You're gonna go sit down and look at how it got to that.
Yeah, but if you're emotional, then you deal with things from an emotional point of view. So when things happen, you get overwhelmed because you're like a child. You see a child, because a child has no solutions. That's why they get overwhelmed as a call. They are calling people to come and help it. It has no solutions. It has no brain to think for itself of how to sort out this problem that it's going through.
And I honestly.
So that's why now
think
you
that-
find a grown-ass man or a grown-ass woman getting carried away by the emotion. And once the emotion checks in, you're like a child. What you're dealing with is like a child here. It's not a grown-ass man or grown-ass woman.
I honestly think that to a certain point, I never got to be emotional because I knew when I wake up in the morning, I gotta go somewhere. Like I have to do something.
But now you can tell us that in hindsight. Everybody in
No, I
in
never
hindsight, everybody is a hero. Oh my goodness!
No, I'm not saying I'm a hero. I'm just saying I never, because when I used to hang out with the Kenyans my age back, when I was like 21, 22, and all that, there was that kind of stuff still going on. There will be my friends saying that they're trying to do some certain stuff with the girl. That girl doesn't want to do that, and you know the whole story. So, but for me, I knew I have to wake up tomorrow. I have to pay for school. You get what I'm saying? Like I had to come up with a rent. I had to come up with school fees. I had to come up with money for bills.
And
So for
and
me,
still
I
send
didn't have
money
that.
back to Africa.
No, I wasn't sending money.
You didn't send nothing.
No, I didn't send money when I was in school.
But now, these days you do.
When I got a job, yeah.
Nice. So how much are you sending every month or every week?
No, right now when I got down with school, like I did something back at home, and then that was it.
You build somebody a house.
Nah, not a house. Like I started a project, and then it went going, and it made money, and then I left it at that.
Is it still making money?
I made it, so if it doesn't make money, that means they're not doing the job, so they're not making the profit for themselves. So that's it.
Well. I get what you're saying, though. I understand everything that you've just told me today. So, unless there's something else different than that.
Nah, that's it, bro. Thank you for the opportunity, though.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Where are you at now? At your girlfriend's place?
Nah, I'm home, bro.
All right, man. Thank you, man. Let me hear from Louide.
Kibe, what's up?
What's happening, bro?
Not bad. Happy Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday, bro. What's good about this Friday?
No, I just wanted to add my input to one of the statements you made earlier, where you talk about how people should just, at like the age of 18, they move out of their parents' house and just look for something to do.
Mm-hmm.
But my challenge to that would be, I don't think it starts at just the age of 18. I think it's something that has to be instilled at a much earlier age. For example, when you look at how a lot of the kids go into campus, why do most of them end up struggling like with responsibility and taking care of themselves? It's because they've been closed into a box their entire life, and then all of a sudden they're given all sorts of freedom. And that freedom sort of overwhelms them. So I feel like that responsibility of being able to take over your life at the age of 18 needs to start much earlier. When you're a child, you're being shown how to use your hands, use your skills, build experience, build work ethic, all those things. But it needs to be done much earlier, because I can guarantee you most kids, if they're thrown out of the house at the age of 18, they will be in serious problems when they go into the world and try and find a way for themselves. And those are the ones that you hear all sorts of stories. They got women pregnant, they fell into drugs and all those kinds of things.
No, but you're being very extreme with your example. Yeah, because we are saying you're better off leaving the house at 18 without the knowledge than waiting to get any knowledge. So you understand that? We're saying,
Yes,
or
yes.
rather, let me say, I am saying, I put it to you this way, that it's better for somebody to leave the house at the age of 18, whether you've been prepared to live out there or not. It is still better to live from under your parents' roof. To physically live, yes. So whether you have the knowledge to survive in the world or not, it is still the better scenario for you to live and go find that knowledge for yourself if it is not given, if it has not been given to you at home.
Okay, and if you die, you die.
Bro, what else is there? Because you're a man, that's the whole idea. It's for you to go out there and face life challenges. And find a way to overcome, because some people have found very shortcuts to life. So you'd never know that you can find shortcuts if you are not thrown in the deep end. You need to know that, bro, maybe I'm a guy who figures out how to solve people's problems. And immediately you become valuable. Because now you've known what you're good at. So you need to go out there and discover that for yourself. When there's no pressure or noise from your mother or your father telling you what to do. You cannot tell me a guy who's lived by himself from the time he was 18 to the time he's 30, and a guy who started living by himself when he's 25, those are the same people. No. Those are two very different people. Because you have a head start in life. The earlier you start, the better. You have a head start. You're not depending on anyone. Nobody's making your decisions. You're making your small micro decisions every day. You decide how you're going to, imagine if somebody calls you and tells you they want you to go for a drink. When you're 18 and living under your mother's house, you have to consider your mom, right?
Of course.
But on this other side, you don't have to consider anyone, but you have to be responsible for yourself, knowing that tomorrow you're going to work. So that drink has to make sense in the shortest time possible, or I cannot do it.
I think that's very true, because actually on my end, I went through the whole system, going into campus, doing the full 4 years of a course that you feel has no value in your life ultimately. So yes, to some extent, I believe you lose quite a lot of time going through that system. But then also what I ask myself is, what if I wasn't ready to, face the world or whatever it is? And maybe, sometimes, because, when you think about it, a lot of us will either make something of ourselves when we are much younger, or we need like a platform where we can sort of develop that, make ourselves at a later point in time, because maybe you were not ready.
How are you thinking, bro? Why are you thinking out of from a point of fear?
Hello.
Luide.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think a call came in, so it's...
So can you hear me now?
Something to my connection. Let me I can exit and then I come back.
Yeah, drop off and come back.
Hello?
Luide, drop off and come back.
Hello?
Hope Tone.
Yes, King. How are you doing, man? Good morning.
Good morning. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I've been listening to the talks, and I think it depends, I think that there are some of the people who with 18 are mature enough to move out and step out and join the world and do what they need to do. But there are others who have not reached that stage. And that freedom will ruin their development
What do you
in
mean?
life, psychological,
Oh,
and mental situation, because of if you let somebody, if somebody has too much access to freedom and does not have the responsibility to take care of whatever freedom they have, then it will be very difficult for them to mature, and they'll mature even much more late than somebody who goes.
How does that make
off
any
from-
sense? How does that make any sense? What you're saying, how does that make sense?
Because it's like,
So let me ask the question. This guy who has not been taught how to be a man by the time he's getting to the age of 18 under that house, suddenly they are going to find the tools to teach him how to be a man now that he's 18.
but how will he find them?
No, I'm saying now at some point the family will magically get some powers that they've not had for the last 18 years to train him how to live in the real world.
No, if he's not trained at home, how will he survive in the real world?
So I'm asking the
it will
question.
take time for him to mature, because he has to circumnavigate everything he's doing.
But why not circumnavigate out there in the real world? Why do you have to circumnavigate under your parents' roof?
Because you are safer at home.
Yeah, but safer does not guarantee any good results.
But if you are
because
not safe
we
at home,
know it doesn't matter how long it takes you to live. If you're an idiot, you're an idiot.
of course, yeah. But the thing is this: the tools you have.
Wouldn't you want to figure this shit out for yourself?
Not always. There are some things which you can figure out by yourself. Because listen, there are some things which it's everything is how the foundation which you have. If you have a weak foundation, anything happening out there won't strengthen you.
Okay, but my question to you is this. In 18 years, they've not taught you how to survive in the real world.
Most of the parents
Hold up. So, listen to the question. So, in 18 years, they've not taught you how to survive in the real world. So, you staying with them is going to teach you how to survive in the real world if in 18 years, they've been unable to teach you? You think there's something now they're going to do different that is going to help you out in the real world? Why not just go out into the world and figure this shit out for yourself, since the people in your own home have not been very forthcoming trying to teach you?
Because of two things. One, an 18-year-old doesn't have that experience.
What experience do you need? We are saying there is no experience you're getting from these people.
That's what I'm saying. Saying. The first thing is that the 18-year-old doesn't have that experience until he goes out and knows how to understand that experience. So if an 18-year-old doesn't have that experience, he won't be able to understand and even to understand the experience and understand himself.
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? We're saying someone to go out there and be able to fend for themselves. That's it. Okay?
That's possible.
We're not saying that someone is going to go and build a rocket and take people to Mars. We're just saying someone go out there and be able to fend for yourself. Whether you're pumping gas at a petrol station, you're cutting hair, you're sweeping floors, whatever the fuck you're doing, you can survive out there by yourself.
Yes, okay.
Now imagine by the age of 18, you cannot survive out there by yourself because your parents haven't taught you. Do you think these parents will ever teach you how to survive?
No, it's not about them teaching you. You see? Because until 18, I actually until 12, the parents should have taught you to know yourself. From 12, you have to start understanding the world using what the parents have taught you until that age.
I don't think
that's why you get into a teenager.
I don't think you're understanding my point.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just being ridiculous with understanding the point. The point here is this. These parents who have not taught you for 18 years, you think they have anything else new to teach you?
No, it's not about the parents when you're 18.
Yeah, so do you think they have anything else new to teach you? These parents who have not taught you anything in 18 years.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of an animal that has that kind of period, that long extended period of taking care of its young? Have you ever heard of any other animal in the world that exists that you need 18 years of development under your parents to be able to survive out in the real world by yourself?
Okay, you know, the animals perceive their time differently than the humans. So a cat will not take your 1 year as your 1 year.
So
Or a dog will not take that.
So it's like 1,000 years. 1 year in human for humans is like 1,000 years to dogs.
It's a couple of years to a dog. So you see, if we start comparing the human the mental perspective of the human and the animal, we are getting out of context. But if we compare it to the animal years, then you will find out that it has the puppy has lived a couple of years by the mother before it goes out.
Okay, so let's put it.
Unless if it's a wild animal, if it's a dog, of course it will be given out after a couple of months, like 6 months or whatever. But
no.
is maybe...
So get out of your imagination. Let's come back to the real world, right?
Yeah.
Because I want to move to Samson here.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, yeah. But
yeah,
what I'm saying is...
let's get back to the real world. So for you, you're saying you'd rather stay home and find a way of living in the real world by yourself.
Why I say this is because I've got the same experience. I left home when I was 17, right? So from that age, 17, and a certain age, I had struggles to understand what was really happening. You see? So I think it's protective to have the child to understand the environment.
What do you mean? What do you mean it was a struggle? How old are you now?
I'm 43. I'm getting 43 this year.
So you can remember what happened when you were 17, and it was such a big deal.
Yeah, because I grew up in a very protective home in Kenya, right? But I'm abroad at the moment, but I grew up in a very protective home, and with 17, within 8 hours, I got the biggest freedom that most of any teenager will get. I moved to Europe. Everything was very different. So through that experience of having that exposure, I know that most of the things which if you go out at 17, 18, before you understand that world,
how did you survive?
Experience, of course.
So why would you take that away from everybody else? That for you it worked, but you're saying it will not work for everybody else.
No,
how selfish can you be?
Else.
How selfish can you be that for you think of yourself as a superior human being? That for you it worked, but it will not work for
things. Big
no, but that's what you're saying. Because you're saying you're 43 now. Those are how many 20 something years ago.
Yeah,
you are able to survive, but not everybody can survive because other people are dandas. But you are a special human being. You survive.
No.
Yeah?
And
we should all worship at your feet, isn't it?
No. Don't imply these things. I'm saying I understand that if you have the tools to go out and understand the world, you'll make it.
But you didn't have the tools.
Huh?
You didn't have the tools.
But if you don't, let's say you're building a house.
No, we're talking about you. Forget about the house. Forget about the house. We're talking about you.
Huh?
You didn't have the tools.
It's the same thing.
But you didn't have the tools.
It's not that I didn't have the tools. I did not understand.
Yes, but you didn't have the tools because you said you are immature, and within 8 hours you've been given the greatest freedom of your life. So you didn't have the tools to handle that. But here you are at the age of 43.
Successful, yes, of course.
20-something years later.
It takes more time for somebody than who goes out.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because of my experience.
So your experience is your experience.
Exactly.
Yes.
But I'm not.
But you're here on this side saying, don't follow what I did because I am a superior human being. You guys, let us protect you more from the age of 0 to 30 so that you can go out there and manage to experience life, as you keep calling it.
No. Okay. Now let me explain myself so that you understand exactly what I mean, right? So I'm saying that if your parents have given you the understanding that you can go out at 18 and be able to make it, then you'll make it. But if you go out at 18 and feel and don't have the responsibility over yourself,
nonsense.
First,
did your parents do that for you?
No, as I told you, my parents didn't have that capacity at that time
Good.
to give me that understanding that, okay, this is what you have to do. And I had to learn it differently from other people.
But
or
you
my
don't know.
experience.
But you don't know because you're trying to say my experience was worse than that other person. But you don't know what that other person is going through.
I've not said
Yeah.
that.
So what we know is no. Hold up, Hope. What we know is that whatever you went through, you are here now. Okay, that we know. So
of course,
would you call yourself successful today? Even with all that happened, would you call yourself successful?
Yes, of course.
So you have a house to live in?
Of course.
You have a car that you drive?
Of course.
Yeah, so you have some few amenities in life that make life simpler.
Yeah, of course, sure. I have to work for that.
Yeah, no, everybody has to work for it. So you're not special. I'm trying to show you that you're not special.
It's not about being special. It's about understanding
No, but you don't know that if you had gone later or earlier, things would have been any different. What we know is only what you have experienced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all we know is only what you have experienced as an individual.
What I have experienced.
Yes, that's all we know. So beyond that, it will be speculation.
Yeah, but it's just an opinion. It's not the reality of another man's
but why
life.
talk about something that does not exist? Yet we have this one where we are sure of what it is that you did, and we can see your success on this other side. So why not tell people, hey, by the way, you know what? Because you came here with a very different mentality.
Mm-hmm.
So let's change that mentality for a second. Just follow me here for a minute.
Okay, yeah.
So you were thrown into the real world of Europe when you were 17.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You had to find your way. You didn't know what left from right. You had been cushioned all your life. You were a sponge. I mean, not even a sponge. You were soft. So you had to learn how to be hard and how to negotiate and how not to get conned and what women want and everything by yourself through very many trial and errors.
Of course.
Yeah, and you have had to live a very tough life. But you are 43 now. You have a place to stay. You have a house, probably. You even have kids that call you daddy or papa, So a lot of things went right while in your journey.
Yeah.
Okay?
I wouldn't say no that, there are many wrongs to make right sometimes, and sometimes you find something right. But I think...
No, I'm not done with the fantasy here. So we are fantasizing now. We are now going. Now we're saying you're standing somewhere in a room full of young, impressionable teenage boys who are looking for an answer. And you tell them, listen, if I had not gone out at the age of 17 to find my own way, I would not be here today. Okay? And I don't know where my other path would have taken me, but this is where that path took me. And I have managed to overcome this and this and this and this, and I learned this. Because
I admit,
if you look at your life from a positive side, you'd realize that a lot of things actually worked out for you. But you, on the other hand, because you still have mommy issues and you want to be held by your mama, so that's why you say, oh, boys, please don't leave mama's house very early. Continue hanging on mama's titty for a minute.
Okay, no, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is, if you understand yourself, then you will be able to circumnavigate or move around the people, because there's people who take advantage of you when you're young.
My goodness. Hold on. Hold on. I don't think I'm getting through to you. Samson, come and help me here. Help me, Samson, with this guy. Maybe I'm the one who's losing my mind.
No.
Make me understand.
Hopton,
Yes,
I think you nailed the first point yourself by saying, you didn't say it yourself, but you said, in other words, like they say, experience is the best teacher.
Exactly.
So you can't expect your parents to beat experience. Your parents lived a different life. You live a different life.
Exactly.
You can't expect your parents to teach you computers right now. So I believe someone living a home maybe at the age of 16. Imagine some countries, you become eligible to be a representative of government at the age of 18.
Yes.
Some places they even leave their parents' home at the age of 16.
Mm-hmm.
So those people are not fools by saying, leave. Much as we can cater for you, go. Try your level best. If birds can fly after 3 days, it's only us that human beings, I think, who take 18 years, sometimes even 30, pretending you are learning something from home. But I think the best idea is just go out there in the rough. If it beats you, you can come back. If it doesn't, you continue flying.
Okay, yeah, I can say, yeah, you are right. It's not wrong to be responsible for yourself. Yeah, what I see is, when you go out and say you want to experience something, are you ready for these experiences?
You don't need to be ready. You get ready on the road.
Okay. Now, okay, let's say you want to, as a man, you want to meet a woman. If you're not ready, what will you do with the woman?
You know, the best thing to do is you are out there. You learn as you go. It's like you learn on the go.
But you're not ready.
How do you know you're not ready?
The woman will leave you. Life will smash you if you're not ready for it.
You know what they said is a proverb in certain places.
Even the child which is in the mother's womb will not. If it comes out earlier, it's premature. It has to mature to a certain extent to be able to come out into this world. So if we are giving a premature child who has no understanding of itself, the opportunity to ruin itself, it might not survive.
No, the age of maturity is at 15. That's the best age for your parents.
That's a physical maturity, the mental state of children. We all have children. If you reach a certain age, if you start watching them, you can't say with 18 you look at your immature child and say now move out. Even if the child wants to, you'll protect it, not because you think it has no experience to survive, but you have enough love to have more understanding to that child.
With the statistics have shown that those that live at a higher age, we take the bigger picture. Those who live at an earlier age have succeeded more than those who are staying in their homes. At the age of 30, you are still waiting to be mature.
No,
that's
okay,
wastage of time.
You see, the systems which are in place have to help the society, because if we are sending a child who's when will he, by the time he's able to even lead himself, the time spent out there.
No, you are looking at this child in your own eyes. Maybe you felt like that, but that's not how everyone feels.
No. It's not about me. I'm saying it because I'm living in a country where a child can start working at 16, but what kind of child can start working at 16 and do an apprenticeship at 16 and at 19 is a full-grown somebody who has 3 years experience or 4 years experience to go out there and have his own home, while we are talking about somebody who's 18 starting to even have that experience, does not even understand how to get work, do this, do that. It depends on the society. If the government has created a system that these young men can go out and get work, can go out and do something.
No, you don't need to look.
Of course.
You don't need to look out for government. Government has never done anything for anyone.
As I said, it's a system. If you live in a system where there's things in place to make you go out with 16, 17, 18, the countries which we are comparing ourselves to have got systems in place for these people to survive from the time they are 15. If you go to if you want to, in Europe or in the States, if you want to go out sometimes with 13, at this very moment, if a 6-year-old child says they want to change their gender and all these kind of things, the government will make them. So you can understand the mental space of the society.
Louis, I'm not talking about societies that have systems. I grew up in Uganda. I left home at the age of 15.
Yeah.
And many of my friends also left at the age of 15, 16.
Did you have to leave? Did you have to leave at the age of 15, or did you want to leave at the age of 15?
I left. I wanted to leave. I didn't want to stay home. I
So
left at the age of 16. I
there
stayed
must
in
be reasons behind that. You understand? If you are
No,
forced to leave at a certain
no, I
age,
wasn't forced to leave. I wasn't
no,
forced to leave. I
you
had
force
all the
yourself
time.
to leave because it's not your parents who tell you to leave. So you wanted that experience. And it's not for everybody. People can do that and have experience, but we have to understand that even as African people, we have a certain responsibility to ourselves. If we go out and start experiencing things without understanding them, we'll fail even those the if we will not even understand how to vote. We become even more emotional because we do not even understand our emotions. Because if you understand your emotions, then you can go out there and create and be a leader and do all those things. Understand business. Nobody can con you or scam you or do certain kind of things to your to make you feel incapable of the world and start struggling to say, okay, I'm struggling to find myself. No, nobody has to struggle to find themselves, brethren.
Hopton, here.
Yeah.
Hopton. Are you talking in terms of an individual, or you are using some statistics? Because
They
you might
don't
be
have to
talking
be
out of
static.
emotion. If you
No,
talk
no,
out of
no.
emotion and you say people need to understand themselves, that
Yeah,
is something I don't understand.
that
Because
is logical. If you understand yourself as a man and your place as a man in the society, let's say you didn't grow up with a man in the house, right? And you do not understand the aspect of responsibility, and now you want to go and find out responsibility. They had your woman tells you, let's do this and that, and you don't understand what this woman is saying because your mother didn't have time. It will take you 5 to 10 years before you understand that you are 30 years, 35 years, and that's why the society is like this. People, young men have to even before in the older society, in the African culture itself, you could not marry until you understand yourself, and you had to be a certain age.
What do you need to understand yourself about?
Your responsibilities to yourself, to your family, to the society, to your country, to your territory.
And you need about 4 years, 20 years in your parents' home to understand that you have to live by yourself?
No, that's not what
Samson,
I'm saying.
can I chime in?
Yes.
Hope to where you from?
I'm from Kenya.
You're from Kenya?
Yeah. But I live abroad at the moment, but mimi ni Mkenya kabisa.
What country are you in?
Niko Europe, Germany.
There's a bird. When the bird lays eggs, let's say it lays like 5 eggs, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they hatch, it throws down the babies from the tree.
Mm-hmm.
Whichever survives, it keeps the kid.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Whichever survives, that's the kid. The one that doesn't survive,
then it was too weak.
Dies, right?
It was too weak. But why does it do that? Why
that's
does
what I'm
it
saying.
do
So
that?
the point that I'm trying to give to you is more like what you're saying is like from a weak bird side, but it's like the weak side. You're giving the point from the weak side. It's like the bird that didn't survive. You're trying to make your own complaint. Doesn't make sense.
No. I'm being protective over the mental state
No,
of
you're being
any young man
protective
or
over.
woman.
No, you're being over what?
I'm saying I'm being protective over the state of the children. If you can teach a child independence, but not careless independence.
No, but that's more based on the parents.
It's because I watch the society. You see, when you're in the diaspora,
No, you
anybody
don't.
who's in the diaspora is checking. It has examples. Is checking back home with their own, from their own culture, from the European culture, from the American culture, from the Asian culture. Africans do this a lot and compare themselves to us. That's why if we want to lead the next society to understand themselves, we have to start by giving them that cushion. Because even if you go out there and you want to experience something and you like, it will be difficult.
But Hopton,
Not for
you as
everybody.
Hopton,
Not
you
for
as Hopton,
everybody. Yeah.
you as Hopton, you don't watch the culture. You watch what's happening around you. You understand what I'm saying? You watch what's happening around you.
Mm-hmm.
So the point that you're making is based on what's happening around what you've seen.
Of course, because okay, let me give another example, right? I
No,
know
not an example. Like I'm trying to like what you are telling everybody is what you as Hopton have seen, right?
not only me, because okay, it's
But
my understanding. It's
but you understand where does your understanding come from?
from watching the world, from observation,
But where is that?
observing
There's a
myself.
filter. There's a filter based on you, right?
No. You are being very subjective right
No, I'm
now.
not being subjective. Like when I say something, when I tell you something, right?
Hang on one moment, Jimmy. Hopton, before
Mhm.
Samson spoke, you said
Yeah.
no one have to struggle to find themselves.
They don't have to put themselves in a way that they have to struggle. Of course, to understand yourself, you have to go through difficulties, but it should not be a struggle to go through those difficulties because somebody left home too early.
Do you consider Olympic training preparation as difficulty?
If it's easy, then everybody will do it.
So why do you have a problem with people going through rigorous exercises?
I do not have a problem with that. I have a
That's what you
problem.
said. You said people don't have to struggle to find themselves. So what do they have to do?
They have to understand themselves to go. Look, difficulties, going through difficulties is different than struggling through difficulties, because even strong people go through, because a race is not struggling, is difficult because the other people are on higher level. It's difficult, but to get there maybe is a struggle to get into the team. But if you understand what you are doing, the struggle and the difficulties you'll be able to master that.
So which one is good, which one is bad? Struggle or difficulty?
That's again subjective.
But
if you take it objectively, it doesn't matter. If you understand yourself, it doesn't matter.
So you say you are doing this to safeguard the
Let me give you an example.
Children.
I come from Kenya. I understand myself and I know what happened. I came out into the world. I've seen how this society lives. I've been to the Caribbean. I've lived there for some time. I've seen that society. You see, so I know, like, let's say if you're in Jamaica, the young people are so, sometimes, like in my perspective, like how I checked it, you see, like the Jamaican culture is so sexualized that it's crazy. You can't believe it. And when you come to a different culture, it's again the same thing differently. And when you come to Africa, it's starting. And that destroys the culture. And it starts from people getting out at an early age doing some stupid nonsense.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about people experiencing themselves. You understand?
So if you go to my village in dusty background areas of central Kenya, and you find a 9-year-old commanding 12 cows in the field, 9-year-old with 12 cows.
That that 9-year-old will be much more mature than one who's born in Nairobi.
So you telling me there is no difficulty there?
He has to understand his terrain. Look at this child who's 9 years old, who has to guard the cows from snakes. What he's watching for is different than the 9-year-old who's grown in the city playing in an estate.
So why did you have a problem with difficulty early on?
I don't have a problem with difficulty.
I
don't have a problem with anything. I'm just saying, if somebody has the experience, the understanding to go and experience themselves out there, it's very right to.
But you're
for
saying
a child,
all
for a
because
child,
of your lived experience, you personally, singularly. You said you were thrust into the real world without any form of preparation.
No, it's not that I was not prepared. I did not understand myself.
What did you need to understand?
Look, I said I was brought up in a very protective family, right? And at a certain age, I was taken out there, and in 8 hours, I was in a different culture. But if you're staying in the same culture, it's different. Don't check it like on me, like
What did you
it's
need
about me.
that you
It's
didn't
not
have?
about me.
What did you need you didn't have?
It's not that it's understanding.
So
You see,
anything we're going to point to that you have already said, you are slightly walking away from it.
no, I'm not walking
John,
away from nothing.
When you mention difficulty, we bring up a scenario for difficulty, you walk away from it. When you say you left home without preparation, you say, oh, no, it's not about preparation.
Yeah, because when nobody in my family knew anything about Europe.
Why does it matter?
Because then I would have known how to circumnavigate some things and avoid some things and do some things in you know, when you as a man, when you watch your life growing up, then there's definitely 100% some spots where you say, I wish I would have known better in it.
So you want life to come
Just say yes or no. There are some spots you go back to your life and say, I would have loved to have known better when I was 23, when I was 21, when I was 25. So you cannot sit here and say that if somebody will not have told you that this and that, you can do this and that at a certain point in your life, it will have been better. You are saying that, okay, let's not tell these people, these children something. Let's throw them out in the cold water and tell them, don't stretch your... Look, throw a child in the water who's a certain age and don't tell him, don't swing, don't move your hands, don't move your legs. You see, it will take him longer to try and swim than when you tell him, move your legs, move your this, move your that, do this and that. We have to teach our children to swim, not to just throw them in the water and say, okay, now go and try and swim by yourself.
I want you to see how quickly you're going to walk out from the next sentence.
Okay,
so
let me hear.
You want life to come with a manual.
What?
You want life to come with a manual.
How can life come with a manual when you have people who have that experience to tell? It's not about a manual. It's about
what you have spent 7 minutes explaining.
We are not the first human beings on the planet.
One moment. You said all these people should have told you what to expect. So they should have written it down in a book and call it a manual. But when I put it,
now you're putting words in my mouth.
Going to walk away from that.
No, that's not what I said. I said we are not the first human beings on the planet. Somebody, even your mother and your father, told you something which you understand now.
Okay, pause. So why did you need a manual to operate 8 hours?
What are you talking about, a manual?
I'm just demonstrating to you that nothing you are saying is holding. Look, everything you are saying, when I pointed to it, you walk away from it. From difficulties to manuals to lived experiences to...
You're trying to twist and turn the thing, brethren. I'm not walking away from anything. There's no manual in life.
Ask each other.
There's no manual in life. Why should there be a manual in life?
Let's ask each other. In the last
it's 10 minutes. It's not a Bible.
Can you listen?
Yeah.
Let's ask each other in the last 10 minutes. Have we said anything meaningful?
I think so. I think I've said a couple of meaningful things. I don't know what you think.
Okay, what are those bullet points?
The bullet points is that in respect to ourselves with the experience, you can tell, instead of leaving a child to go out and just do something, we should be responsible. If we do it like that and just leave them, it takes them longer to have that experience and be stable. Of course, they'll go out and have experience. I'm not against it, but they have to have understanding of themselves. And that is that understanding which everybody needs. As you grow, you get into an understanding of yourself. If you start understanding yourself sooner, then you're good.
Pause. So this is where you are having a problem behind what you said. Now, watch this. Samson told you that your parents did not have a lived experience of living in Europe. So how did you expect them to prepare you for a life in Europe?
Now, that's what I'm saying. You can't expect. I can't say that I expected them to tell me anything about Europe because they do not have that experience. You understand?
15 minutes.
But it's not about me saying that you should not go out and get experience. It's about the time. If you say, yeah, then you can go out and get that experience. It's okay, because what will that child do? Not go out and get it?
So, what is it you would have changed if you went back to your 17th birthday?
Well, there's nothing to change about it.
You see, when you are saying nothing, you're just going in circles.
Yo, George, can I help you understand Hopton?
Go ahead.
So Hopton, for you, George, based on the space and the time I've been listening to it, based on you, George, Hopton is like Kibe without facing the struggles. The main point that Hopton made was his life was more cuddled up. Like before he went to the UK, he was protected by the parents. That protection doesn't end when you go outside the country. So
be careful holding him to his own words, because he's going to come out and say that's not what he meant. So that's what I'm asking. What are we talking about?
No, before that, he was getting there. Like he understands that. He already knows that. He's trying to get out of that kind of mentality.
But he's saying we need to make these things easier. Have a manual we dispatch the kids with, so that to protect their mental health.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, for him, he's still in that mentality, but he's trying to get out of that mentality.
Well, all of us have different perceptions. That's
let me ask you, Hopton, right?
Yeah.
For you, right? For when you went to the UK, did you stop talking to your parents?
No. It's not about my parents.
No, I'm asking you, like, that was your support system, right?
No, it's not about that.
No, I'm asking you as an individual. Don't give me society stuff, right? You as a guy, right? Because I've been in that situation too, right?
Yeah.
Did you stop communicating with your parents?
No, because
why? Because that was your support system, right?
No, because in a way, that support system has always been there. By me saying that,
for you, right?
Yeah, it's never stopped, right?
And that's what I'm saying. Like, for a guy like you, it's more understandable from the point that you're coming from, because the point that you're coming from is more like my parents have always been there for me, so I don't understand what you guys are telling me about my parents.
Hi, Jimmy. Can I please explain more on Hopton's side?
Hang on, Eric.
Sorry.
You understand what I'm saying, Hopton?
Yeah, I get you. Is how you are. Okay.
So it's more like you're telling everybody, like, hey, to where I am, you're coming from. Your parents have always been by your side.
No.
Ever since you were in Kenya.
No. That is a very different.
No, I'm not saying like
hold on, Jimmy.
Misconception. Jimmy. Anybody, if people know me personally, then people.
Hopton, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Just pause. So, in 2 minutes, summarize what your point is, Hopton, and then we move on.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen, community. I don't mean to cut you guys off. I just wanted to come in.
You meant to cut us off because you just did. Stop.
Well, I wanted to share something with you because I'm working and I'm just listening. I'm working and I'm listening.
Mute
and
yourself.
I just wanted to say something.
Away from here. Mute yourself.
Good evening, George.
Mute
Hi, Andrew.
One last time. Two minutes, Hopton. Summarize your point.
Okay, I don't need that much time, right? What I want to say is it's right, that somebody has to go out and get experience. What I'm saying is that if somebody is mentally prepared, if we prepare our sons and daughters, or even the young people, if you see a young man, we as men, if we see a young man who we kind of see ourselves in them growing up as an example, then you can guide them. You understand? The older men should be kind of mentors to the younger men and teach them and tell them, look, this and that could happen. So watch out for this and that. Be prepared for this and that. Anybody who's not prepared for a certain stage of life will take much longer for that race to happen. There's nothing wrong with out when you're able and mentally in that space to do it. But with my little understanding of the society, I think that it's always a matter of the parents giving that child the mental capacity. Even me, when I teach my child, because I understand the world, I've been in situations where it's been very difficult and to whatever, and nobody is there to support. But if people know, if people are taught to understand themselves, then all is good. Then you can go out at any stage. Even Kibe, even you raise your child to your own understanding, to your own experience. So, if I let my child out in this world of wolves and lions and hyenas and whatevers and monkeys, then they will be able to move on through that bush and that life and just be it and be successful. Because especially as melanated people, we need that success. We need that space to have it. But if a man doesn't have space, understanding of himself, he won't even create that space to be successful in life. It will be very difficult. He'll then start drinking, start doing funny things, and finished. And once a man starts doing that, they start going down the drain, slowly but surely. That's it.
So, without extending this conversation, did you start drinking and going down the drain yourself?
Do you think you're talking to somebody who's lost sense?
Okay, is it okay for me to just kind of change the vibe real quick? I wanted to just touch on a couple things related to what you guys were speaking on, just to kind of, bring the vibe.
So this was not about you going down the drain and making mistakes and drinking. This is just the general public information. Ministry of Health.
Yeah, man. If you want to check it like that subjectively, then it's all good, brethren. I was
me,
just
George.
joining a part of the conversation, giving in my mind like everybody else, and that's it. I don't have my object or my opinion is not the truth. Same as yours is not the truth.
So briefly, are you blaming the society at large or your parents specifically for lack of preparation?
There's nobody there to blame. Why should I? I will be stupid to blame anybody for my experience in life.
So
George,
what are you
let me
doing?
say.
Hang on
George, let me save you. Let me save you here.
Hang on 1 second. So what are you doing in your own capacity to change things?
A lot. You just okay. I think I'm doing a lot for the society. I'm doing a lot for the world in general. But I do not have to propagate myself and say I'm doing this or that.
So
also, when you sleep tonight, make sure you blame yourself.
For what?
No, don't go there. So nothing needs to change.
What it is your perception of what you want to change. If you change yourself, then you change your world.
What are you doing on your part to change what you perceive to have gone wrong?
I'm not saying that anything went wrong.
So then nothing needs to change. Which one is which?
So what should change if nothing went wrong, and what should be wrong that should be changed? I'm not understanding the question. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to really ask?
You have given us all the shortcomings of the society, not preparing that they are young to face the real world. Then I ask you, are you blaming the society at large or your parents? You are non-committal. And I ask you, what are you specifically doing to change that which you are pointing at as having been the shortcomings of the society? You are non-committal. Which one is which, Mr. MP?
You see that the society is shortcoming. I see that maybe, okay, will you blame the society if you put your child out at 18 and he didn't survive and went through problem and stress and you saw your child suffering for 10 years, for 35? You'll say then it's the society. Or is it you let out your child earlier?
I'm asking, what are you doing, you, yourself?
No, I'm also asking you the same question. What are you doing in your family to prepare your child to go out and be out at 18 and feel good?
I don't see any problem. I'm just deducing those problems from you, from your conversations.
No, you are the one who's putting problems in the conversation, bro. You are the one who's bringing in the problem in your own understanding of wanting to change something which you perceive as wrong.
Nothing needs to change. Let's go back now to square one. Nothing needs to change.
You can only change what you think you want to change.
What do you
If you talk about my personal life, it's my personal life. Another person has his personal life. I cannot judge them. I cannot come into the society and say, okay, now you see that family. I can put myself there as an example, and anybody who wants to follow that example can follow it. If the society does things, okay, if we talk about society problems and say, then I say, if you want to hear this from
just you, what needs to change in your situation? Hopton.
I think, Judge, can I talk? Can I add on what Hopton is saying and give a more logical view, please, if you don't mind?
You think you're going to be more?
Yes.
Was I talking? Sorry. I don't know if even my mic was on sometime. I think it was. I don't know. Did you hear me?
So are you still non-committal that there is nothing you are changing or nothing needs to change?
Look, what do you want to change?
I'm asking you.
Can I say what I Hopton? What I think Hopton's things needs to change. So what we are saying is, George and Andrew, is that like for like the people and for like us people who are not connected to the society in Kenya, in living here is not really easy. Living outside. So what? Somebody.
Yeah.
I'm in California.
And which society is this that you are not connected to?
We are not connected. You don't talk to like Kenyans. You don't live in America the way we live in Kenya. There's not a lot of time to interact and all that stuff. Social levels is not that high, especially when you're an immigrant. But you see, what Kibe and you have done in our lives has taught us how to become men. So that means, and we are Africans. If Kibe told us his story, it changed our life. What we are saying is, you guys have something in you, and you can offer guidance. You see, that's what we are saying. And what we are saying is, as the youth, we cannot, for example, I cannot change. I cannot change to become an American. I will always be Kenyan any day.
I have a quick question for you. What is that social connection that is missing?
There's a, I don't know. There's something like there's the Kenyan. The Kenyanness is not there, like how people interact. Here, people are always, you're always on time. You always, you have to be, life here is very quick, unlike Africa.
So you are demanding time? What are you saying?
What we are saying is, George, like, because you guys have gone before us.
No, let's talk about social connection that are missing in your own situation. What is it you need that is not available?
That is not available. Number one, direct connections with parents as an African.
Who is having direct connection with their parents?
I mean, we should have direct connections with our parents.
Like who?
Like because when we yes,
who is having parental connection and you are not having?
Every other race. I mean, like, for example, me, let's say white people, let's say. I'm not sure. No, I don't know. Let me don't contradict myself. Let me not put anything in my mouth that I don't know. But in my perspective, what I've seen is...
What is missing in this society?
Yes.
That you would want it to be.
What is missing is... What I think is missing, like what we are saying, George, is what your generation is doing is being overprotective. We want to do risky things carefully. And what Kibe is doing...
I don't know what you're talking about. What my generation is doing is being overprotective. What is that?
It is like when I came to Kibe's show yesterday, I want to accept that Kibe does not know me, and it's my bad. I was really talking a lot, and first time meeting him.
You are the
yes.
guy of noise speaking, spaced out, like you don't belong to this planet.
Yes, I'm the guy.
No wonder.
Yeah.
No wonder.
And I have no affiliation, by the way, but continue.
So, what we are saying is, what we want you guys to do is, because it has worked on us. We are like first. what Kibe is doing is like what we learn by seeing. You see, we don't really learn by being taught in class. We learn by mirroring what our parents are doing. So, like, what if people who watch, like, the two of you, we have received something, like, from you, we receive a lot of knowledge, you see, about, business, life, spirituality. Like, we learn a lot from you, and you are teaching Kenyans how to be on speed.
You told us you already started your LLC.
But but what I was saying is...
Do you have an LLC?
Yes.
So, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing.
Would you have been able to have an LLC in Kenya?
No, that is where my problem is.
So why are you saying that the society is disconnected here than in Kenya? And I wanted to go back.
No. I'm saying the society is disconnected in Kenya.
I don't agree with that, man.
Yes, the society is broken in Kenya because like, even in this conversation, as you can see, there's a because we are both Africans, and in African way of life, every adult is everyone's parent. Everyone is everyone's parent. There was no somebody's specific parent. So if you see, like Kibe, if he sees you're doing something wrong, he has to tell you you're doing something wrong, because...
And that is the perfection of the African society.
Yes, but now you see, but you're not the only ones who have mastered that craft. There are other people. So what we are saying is, because George, you already have that mind, and Kenyans are not mad. What is angering me is that as a continent, we are trading at 2.4%. That is very sad, if you ask me.
Bro, you are back to your voices again. What are you fucking talking about? The entire time talking, I was thinking about you, not knowing you are sitting here. You and him are joined at the hip.
Yes, we are.
What?
We are, yes.
What?
Like,
We are what?
we are not joined in we don't know each other, but we are all Kenyans, whether we are in America, Germany, wherever. Before you're an immigrant, you're a Kenyan.
All right. So I have been trying for 15, 20 minutes to take this
Yes.
conversation to sanity. And
Yes.
it's not getting there.
Yes.
Who was this person?
Hopton.
No, I want to talk to a girl, unless she's not a girl. Cynthia,
Yes.
can you veer us away from this crookedness of head noise?
Okay, so what I wanted to tell them is, first and foremost, life comes without a manual. The fact that you admit that life comes without a manual, because remember, there are kids who are born and then their parents just die, or the parents die in the middle, like 15, 16, and you're thrown out. So that makes you adjust to life. It's like, for example, you are on the road. You're driving your car. You do not expect an accident. Then, boom, you get into an accident, you break your legs, and now you can't walk. No one had prepared you to use a wheelchair. So you go to hospital, they teach you how to use a wheelchair or clutches. So the fact that you are expecting your parents or, to be shielded from problems, remember, those problems are the ones that will mold you and will tell your story. Those stories are the ones that will help you to teach others, because you've been there. Remember, once bitten, twice shy. The fact
What
that
are you saying? You're saying when you get in an accident, you'll get in.
No, what I'm saying is...
Hang on, Cynthia.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, you need to stay muted.
What I'm saying is, I'm using the accident as an example. What you are saying is that people need to be shielded. You can't be shielded till you are 20, you are 25, you're 30, in order not to make a mistake. So that's why I'm using the car accident as an example. Nobody prepares themselves for an accident. It just happens. So along the way, that's when you learn how to use the wheelchair or clutches or whatever. So there's no way you're telling us that you expect life to be shielded from problems.
Why do you drive carefully?
Those problems are the ones that mold you. Those problems are the ones that tell your unique story.
But why do you drive this car carefully?
You're driving carefully not to get into an accident, but there's someone else who went drinking last night and come head on to you. It's not your fault. They just came head on to you. So that's why I'm saying there's no way you can prepare yourself for life. Life just happens. And the number one thing people need to realize is self-education. There are so many things that your parents will not tell you. So that's why forums like Kibe and other people, they sharpen your brain. You learn through other people's experiences. If you don't want to make the same mistakes maybe your parents made. Yeah. So self-education, those are things that you can use on your journey through this life.
Can I talk, please? John?
Thank you, Cynthia. Mukenya. One more time, Eric, you open your mouth, you are out.
George, you see, there are people who want to be seen as heroes for no reason. Just because your village thought, or just because your mother saw you as a hero, it doesn't mean you are a hero. You get? Because now what he's trying to tell us, it is the noise that the mother put in the head that, my son went to Europe while he is young. Look at him. He has maneuvered. He has been able to do all this. Then you walk with that noise even to your adulthood, thinking when you went to Europe when you are young, or when you went to wherever place, you became a hero. It's not true. I mean, we went to Europe while we were young. What hardship are you talking about? You get to Europe, the first week, you get what we call an e-card for your health. The second week, you get your card for transportation if your license is not out and everything. right? And probably there is, it's very simple. If you're in Germany, it doesn't take you long to be a B1 speaker, So it means you can maneuver yourself in the supermarkets and everything. Okay, so when you want to tell us there was this suffering that everyone created, everyone in the village is going to think that, okay, now Kenya is somewhere deep in probably in Upper Austria, in some villages there. He must be going through a very tough life and everything. But is that the reality? It is only my village that is seeing me as a hero. I'm having a very soft life and everything. So I don't know this nonsense whereby you want us now to pamper. It is that noise. It's only your mother who sees you as a hero. That problem you want to create, this Eric guy and this guy from Europe, you want to tell us there were so many problems in which problems are there in Europe when you are a young man? Because it's the same Europe that we've stayed while we are young. So you want to lie to us, you suffered so much. You are able. There is no suffering. There is access to transport. There is access to health. There is access to basic needs. So when you want to tell us you suffered, it is just nonsense. You want to spread that fear. I was very young. I was 17. I went to Europe. It is your mother who saw you as an hero. There is no hero there. Life in Europe is it's so easy. You can't lie to us there was any suffering, because we moved literally to Europe literally in those ages, and we can tell you that it's only your village that thinks you are a hero. And George, you are allowing this guy to just take you in circle, but we are not going to see you as an hero, idiot. There is no hero there. It's very soft. If you think we are going to baby you here and see you as an hero, there is no hero there. Upstone and these other guys, calling you Eric Mutungi, probably is a camper like me. So because now you came from Kitui in the villages there, in probably wherever place that is, and people saw you as an hero, because no, there is no hero there. These people are just bullshitting us, George. If there is any other thing that we have
I was sustaining the pain to demonstrate that this guy is non-committal. There is nothing he is saying that he's standing behind. Every time he says something, I come back, point at it, he walks away from it. That's why I called him SIP, because he sounds like a politician.
Actually, he is very disappointed that we are not seeing him as an hero. And you guys, you've helped us to connect. Which connecting? I mean, go to places. The society right now is the same. Right now, it's a global society. Whether you are in America or you are in Sekuru, like the way I am in Sekuru, in Ukambani. So this is the same society. So stop pretending. Anything that is happening in America, we are seeing it happening in Kenya and everything. So stop pretending there is any connections you need with the Kenyans and all. There is nothing. It is you who has created that notion in your mind. So I think he's just taking us in circle. No, we are supposed to pity him. We're supposed to tell him, champion. How are you able to survive in America? What the fuck? You expect us to baby you with that? No, come on. We can't dwell on those possessions.
To your point, Mkenya, the idea that 2 18-year-olds from the village, one goes and explores Nairobi and survives Nairobi, and another one goes to Europe, where everything is readily available. There is an app for transportation. There is a card for these. There is translation on your phone. And you want to tell me that the guy who navigated Europe is having more difficulty, like somebody who lives in that area where they throw trash.
Jimmy, your mic is having a feedback. Or it's Hopstone. I think it's Hopstone.
I'm not speaking.
Can I speak, or is there a chance for me to speak?
No, like your mic was having a feedback. Just a minute. George,
who is it? I need to kick
it. Just hold your mic.
There you go. Until they learn how to mute themselves. So somebody lives in not Kawangware, the other section after on the east side of town, and they navigate their world to go through Nairobi, the city, to go work in Westlands in some rich people's house. And you want to tell me that somebody in Europe who knows the timetable on the phone for the train, for the buses, for everything, that they are having a harder life than somebody from the village navigating Nairobi city? As you say, they just want to be seen as heroes for having adapted a completely built up fast world in their lives.
Imagine. No. So for some reason, he thinks here is addressing his village mates. Whereby, like, I was 17. I mean, everyone was at a younger age. Most of us we were at a younger age, like literally at a younger age, and we literally had to work anyway. And so when you come here and expecting like there is nothing like survival in Europe. Honestly, it's very easy than in Nairobi. Survival in Europe is very, very easy. I mean, a language issue, which is normal anyway, because like when you find a Mwindi boss who doesn't even understand your Swahili, so you survive. So I don't think anyone is going to see you as a hero. It's your village that thinks you are a hero. But here, most of the people are going to tell you we can't see any heroism there. Like, literally, you are a clown if you are complaining. Actually, you are a person who is unable to adapt. We think you are a clown. You have a problem. So I don't think there is anything you should be taking us in circle. But you see, kids are able to. But look at the system. That's how the system. Because when you look at the system Central Europe, I can talk about that. When you look at the system in Central Europe, if you don't get enough marks to go to to high school and all this, you go to apprenticeship. Just a minute. It is how the system has been designed. The system has been designed to make sure like the people who are not capable enough, they are able to go to apprenticeship. When you go to apprenticeship, you are able now to start working at industry level, because apprenticeship is basically you being in the industry while you're also learning. That's basically how the system has been designed. So when you want to pretend like there is something so special about them and all, I don't think there is anything so special or anything. It's just how the society has been designed. That's how they've been able to design their society. So when you come to complain about hardship here, I don't think there is any hardship you can really tell us. And no. That's nonsense. I mean, we are not buying into such nonsense. And you want to tell us in circles about this hardship that you've created in your mind, or the village created that hardship for you, and each and every day you want to pretend that it's all about how you make your decisions. Everyone who has been to Central Europe, yes, there is a lot of drinking, but their society is just okay. Is there any problem in Germany and everything, whereby the alcohol is in the lecture halls? Like alcohol, when we take a break, we can just have alcohol in the lecture halls. I mean, for where I studied. So I don't think there is this special thing you want to tell us that you are suffering. You are suffering and you're able to access to beer. I mean, that's some enjoyment stuff, if you ask me. So I think the guys just want to be seen as a hero for no reason, and it doesn't make sense.
This is so sad, Mkenya, that you can say that your happiness comes from a bottle of beer. That is very sad. That is what we are saying. Without even knowing who I am, without even knowing why I am, you even assumed I'm a Kamba. You rain your mouth. You've already destroyed me. You don't know me. Eric, you see that's what I'm saying. I'm not even complaining about US. I'm complaining about Kenya because I'm a Kenyan. Eric. But running your mouth and destroying people, Eric. That's what we are against.
Eric, are you spaced
yes.
out? Not even hear me?
Yes, I can hear you,
yeah. Your reference about alcohol, is it informed by religion?
No. I even don't have a problem with religion, with alcohol, and people who I don't even have a problem with people who I don't judge anyone.
So
you see,
repeat what you say.
Religion is not a part of it.
Oh God, who are you?
I am just I'm a guy who just loves his country. That's all. I mean,
which country?
Kenya.
You sound like a psychiatric patient.
That's what my dad told me. That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. That's the problem. Every time a young person speaks or they try to talk, they have a psychiatric problem. I was tested. I don't have any psychiatric problem. I just want us to change our vision as Kenyans. We need to stop working. You see, there's no difference even. What is my problem is that we are using the same system as America, and we are not America. America took 200 years to build their system. We are just 60 years old, and even we didn't have a break after colonization. We just immediately got a constitution. We didn't even understand. So what I'm saying is, I'm not even coming from an angry point. I'm not. I'm just saying, you two people have helped a lot of young men. And I'm saying, if telling stories to people can change a person. I went to 12 years of school. I have never felt this good about myself. And if you two people made me feel good about myself, that means that what you're saying works. And now CBC is looking for a new education system. What we are saying, like for a university, a setup of Kenya is, like, before I go to university, I should go back to my community, find a problem, come to people like you, like Kibe, a scrutiny, who will check this a problem I'm bringing to university. And I'll go to that university, start for 4 years and make connections so that when I go back to Kenya, I can be able to solve my problem. That means we will solve our own problems without debt, because we are taking, like, what was bothering me is we have signed a contract. If you go and search right now on your phone, we have signed a contract with Moderna to make 500 million vaccines, and our manufacturing rate will go from 7% to 20% by 2030. That is 7 years. How can one company double our GDP by almost 200%? And it is an American company. I do not trust Americans. I do not. I do not trust them. And why do they want to push us in an economic zone? And why was it passed without us knowing? It's a bill. It has been passed on March 30th during Mandamano. That is what I was trying to tell Kibe, that there's a bill that has been passed that is not in our favor. When there was distractions, they were passing a bill, and you can search it.
Hang on, Eric. You remember 2 minutes ago talking about high school?
Yes.
Do you remember talking about skills to take back to Kenya?
Yes.
And then we went to Moderna, which is a vaccine, a COVID vaccine.
Yes.
How are all those three things related? And before you answer, I want you to hear yourself. Just be quiet. Be quiet and hear yourself, and tell me how you sound. If you are listening to somebody else and it's not you, what would you hear?
I have never felt this good about myself. And if you two people made me feel good about myself, that means that what you're saying works. And now CBC is looking for a new education system. What we are saying, like for a university, a setup of Kenya is, like, before I go to university, I should go back to my community, find a problem, come to people like you, like Kid, a scrutiny, who will check a problem I'm into university, and I'll go to that university, start for 4 years and make connections, so that when I go back to Kenya, I can be able to solve my problem. That means we will solve our own problems without debt, because we are taking, like, what was bothering me is we have signed a contract. If you go and search right now on your phone, we have signed a contract with Moderna to make 500 million vaccines, and our manufacturing rate will go from 7% to 20% by 2030. That is 7 years. How can one company double our GDP by almost 200%? And it is an American company. I do not trust Americans. I do not. I do not trust them. And why do they want to push us in an economic zone? And why was it passed without us knowing? It's a bill. It has been passed on March 30th during Mandamano. That is what I was trying to tell Kibe, that there's a bill that has been passed that is not in our favor. Yes.
Hey, George. Hello.
Casey, what's happening?
Bari mkubwa bana. I'm happy for the platform. I normally join in just to hear these wonderful views, but today it has been a bit of a disappointment. So anyway, I'm glad at least you have replayed that to everyone. I'm very happy, and I agree with what Kenya said. It doesn't matter now. The whole world is pretty much the same platform. We can't be crying about having opportunities to go outside the country. I think it depends on just who you are, where you come from, not how you come from, but what your goals are, and you as a person building yourself. It's not about praising or anything. Some of us came from very humble backgrounds. I personally went and studied in Brazil. Ended up doing engineering there. Ended up landing in America, and ended up being very successful as well. So I don't want to. I think everything is just a growing process, and I'm glad that we have a platform whereby everyone can be able to talk and share. I just wanted to say thank you for the platform, and I'm glad everyone is sharing their views. So that's wonderful. Yep, thank you.
And also to save Eric from his own noise, Eric, when someone disapproves you, it doesn't mean that they are trying to bring you down or anything. You get. And also the other thing is, I don't believe all those people whereby you say you don't trust Americans. Americans have housed you. Americans have given you education, and the next thing you're going to say you don't trust them. I mean, like, I've never seen this kind of disloyalty. So I would never trust anyone whereby, like, this country has given you food. This country has given you education, and this country now with a few insights here and there.
Shame on you, shame on you, shame on you, shame on you. Please, shame on you. You cannot even, you cannot say I should put America first before my own country. You can, how quick to lose your culture? How quick did it take for you? That is the beer the cost it took you to sell your country? Judas is a really just good transport, good. That is what made you change.
When you are done with your emotions, let me know.
No, I'm not done. Yeah, you are an abusive. You are abusive. You are just using Kibe's platform today.
All right, stay muted for a minute, Eric. I want to point out to everybody that I have posted on the top of this page a longer conversation about Eric when we got introduced to Eric. So when you hear us talking about he's full of noises, we are referring to that video, and I have posted it on the Jumbotron. And it's amazing that I replayed him speaking from the things we have done, speaking to young people, the school system, going back to Kenya, Maandamano, the bill, Moderna, 50% of the economy, all in one breath. And he still can't catch himself. I don't know what to say beyond this. Cynthia.
Yes, George.
What are we missing?
One thing.
What are we missing?
Let me tell you one thing. You see, the Gen Z was those awards you cannot win. You cannot win with Eric. Even if you climb Mount Kilimanjaro, you cannot win because their mindset is different. They are speaking from socialism, and it is very difficult for you to penetrate through their mind. It's very difficult. Don't even waste your time. It's better we move on to something new.
I agree with you. Casey, were you done? All right, let's go first with Mzee Latili.
Hey guys. Anyway, man, Eric needs to chill. I had
Yep.
no way. Don't respond to me. You just need to chill. I liked the submission from Cynthia before, and I'm glad that we are away from where we started. I just wanted to say that if somebody finds themselves like gravitating towards the initial submissions of, I don't know, you need to stay at home until I don't know what age, or your parents need to contribute, or to be your primary mentors until you're grown up. That's a lot of bullshit. Because when you're young, you find yourself in a position where you need to explore. That is the best time to explore, and you can do anything that you want. And if you remember when you were in high school, students used to gravitate towards their best teachers and other students who are doing exceptionally well and better than them. So that's how human beings are. You gravitate towards where you see value. And getting away from your parents' nest at an earlier stage gives you that opportunity. Yes, you might be influenced by every other thing, but that is life. And I liked Cynthia's submission, the example. Her example on, if you find yourself knocked down by a vehicle, you'll have to adapt. Yeah. So, but on the other hand, I'm just requesting Eric to just chill down. You're very eloquent. I call it eloquently incoherent. You have so much. There's so many things in your mind, and you cannot process them. It's like a processor that I don't know that has a problem. So just chill. Yeah, I'm done.
Can I speak?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry. The thing is, you see, everybody is different. The rate at which I think is very fast. That's why maybe my talking and my thoughts go very fast in my head. And
So
there are
Eric,
some people like that.
let me ask you.
And there are some people like that in society. We need to also incorporate them in society.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
What kind of drugs are you on?
None.
What about Spectrum?
Spectrum.
Are you some kind of asparagus or something? Some special kind of Rainman?
No, but if you go to your Instagram, I've sent you something I was told to tell you.
There's something you were told to tell me?
Yes, on Instagram.
By God?
No.
Then I wouldn't care about it.
Yes. Can you check it? Yes,
no,
yes.
I'm not interested. If it's from God, let me know.
It is.
Now it is from God?
It is.
Tell him he knows me and talk to me directly.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Luide Kakembo. Oni mimi naona zangu. Luinde Kakembo. Sakari Wataka.
Hey, George.
What happened to having easy names like NGA?
But I use Sakari because people usually mispronounce it so badly. So I always enjoy it when they don't say it properly. Like there was an aunt of mine who, for the longest time, thought my name was Zachary. And until I corrected her and I told her, hey, by the aunt, you always call me the wrong name. My name is Sakari, not Zachary. But anyway, today there's been the goalpost shifting today has been so immense. It has been so hard to even keep up with some of these issues.
I think they are giving the true meaning to Open Mic Friday.
Hey, man, today it has been beyond open. Huh? I wish even that guy hadn't run away. Because now he kept saying, you need to understand yourself before you go out there. But when you're asking him what you need to understand, he's not saying it. He himself, he went out there. He didn't say he had a hard time. He didn't say that he experienced any problems. He made it there. But he's not saying what the problem is. He's just saying, you need to understand yourself. I think there was a story he didn't tell us. There's a part of his narrative maybe he didn't mention. And he's 43 years old. That's even strange because he's speaking as if he's a millennial. It's like he's in his 20s. He's 43 years old and he's speaking something that happened 26 years ago. It is so fresh in his mind. I think there's something he wasn't giving us the full story. But anyway, this conversation has reminded me, George, the one you gave us about the girls from Tuskies, when the way they were brought up in the family business when they were young. Then when they grew up, they were taken to abroad. I don't know if it was the US, and then they were educated outside there. But when they came back with a totally changed mentality, like the way Eric is right now. And they came back and they messed the business completely. And I've seen this is something that is happening a lot. In fact, in these places, I've seen an example of that. People are going out there, and then they get all these ideas, and all of a sudden they become activists. And I remember Eric. In fact, I haven't even watched the video you put, George, because I've just remembered who Eric is. It's a guy with the specs, if I'm not wrong. The guy Andrew was interviewing.
Yeah, some kind of Rainman-looking guy, spaced out.
Yeah, it's the guy, right? And you see, Andrew told him exactly what Mzee has just said right here, that he should slow down because he has too much noise in his head. He should slow down fast and just be who he is, do his thing. That is exactly what Andrew told him. And it's like that message didn't sink in. He has just continued where he was. It is not sinking in. So even what Mzee is telling him right now, he will continue just in that path. This idea of activism, think he must have missed the shows where we were talking about caring. Because if we truly was listening to our shows before, we've talked about this before. Why should you care? If you are out there and you're making it and you're successful in what you're doing, why are you busy thinking about what Kenya is doing? That time
Mzee's last words were, he needs to chill. And then immediately,
exactly.
Can I say something?
Exactly. He can't chill. He can't. Yeah. And then he's saying that there's so much going on in his head. Yeah? And it is interesting that he said, I don't think he was joking when he said he was taken to a psychiatrist to be checked. So it means even they've seen this from him. It's like this is something that's in him. It is just a personality thing for him. So you cannot talk him down. This is something that maybe one day he'll get a rude awakening, and then maybe he'll come out of his imagination. Because he is totally in there completely. Because if Andrew did reach to him, that and it looked like he had listened. Because Andrew calmed him down and spoke to him nicely. So now you're telling him this is the same guy. I'm wondering, hey, how? It's like everything Andrew said went out of his into his.
Let me chime in, Kidogo. And then the other thing, these young chaps usually think like they are more smarter than everybody. And
Exactly.
they're giving us very new information, and we have never thought about these things. And even when he was talking about, I don't know, the company that has come to Kenya, and I don't know, they don't believe them. It's as if the government didn't sit down and have a Discord with these guys and planned this thing way before. It's as if like the company just came to this country and decided, hey, Mr. President, we want to set up shop. Give us this opportunity. It's done. Man, chill down. Just chill.
And it reminds me of that young girl who was talking about the climate. What's her name? Going everywhere, talk down to people like the world is ending. How can you guys not be? How can you just not think about climate change? What was her name? Yes. They're piece of the same pod. It's like the world didn't exist until they came in. They always think that way, that the world did not exist up until they came in. And you can see Eric, and he's so determined to save Kenya. Kenya is burning, so you cannot take him away from his thoughts. So for him, you see even Hope. For him, I can understand because he's still young. For Hopton, he's already didn't understand because him is 43 and he's speaking like he's also like Eric. And you can see Eric was saying, I can relate to what Hopton is saying. and those guys are like 2 generations apart.
Actually, that is what was
Can I
peace.
respectfully speak real briefly? George, is that okay with you? I've been
Oh, wait.
patiently. You rudely, removed me earlier. I just came back, George, to want to
Sheena,
understand. Oh, well, I'm getting
let
Sheena.
me ask
Hey,
you a
this
question,
is who's
Sheena. Now that
speaking.
you've come, even before you talk, Sheena, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
What
Sakar,
is what
Sakar.
you always find it hard, Eric, to do? Why can't you just chill and wait for your turn?
Well, respectfully, I've been waiting
Listening to this
patiently, and as a
conversation from the
woman,
morning
every time I come into this space, I always get bullied,
for you,
and I'm used
because
to
you
it.
always do this.
This is Andrew's space. He's the host, and I do interact with Andrew's spaces, and there's a lot of co-hosts that seem to like to always.
Cut through the chase, drop the bullshit. You have 2 minutes to say your piece. And then this co-host is going to kick you out. Unmute yourself.
Okay, can you
But
hear me?
that's okay. That
Oh,
that part is okay. I was just wanting to respond and touch on some of the things that you guys were talking about, some of the topics. Sometimes it's good to get a diverse response, from a female's perspective, from a perspective of someone is in another region, okay? To know how we walking over here and some of the things we have to deal with parenting, all of the things that you guys are discussing. There's a certain type of energy that I pick up. I'm an energy person, okay? I'm very gifted to pick up negative energy. When I get bullied and attacked, it doesn't bother me because I'm a light person. So anything demonic, it automatically just pops off of me. That stuff don't bother me because, I'm focused on my best plan of care, my assignment. So I was listening in your space as I'm working on my own projects, my own elevation. Sheena's best plan of care. Okay, I've stated before in some of your
Is
spaces.
this is this what
Related
you are
to,
banning today?
can I speak without being cut off for my full 2 minutes, please?
I'm just trying to make sure. Is this what you were trying to say to save planet Earth these 2 previous times? What you are saying now is exactly what you wanted to say. Yes or no?
Well, George, there's some other individuals in the space that I was responding to. I was.
Did you hear my question?
Well, George, if you'll allow me to finish my.
Did you hear my question?
What's your question, love? What did you say, co-host George? What was your question? Repeat it again.
You have 2 minutes to say that which you wanted to say so badly 2 other
Yes, I'm
previous
speaking
times.
to the individual related to mental health in our community, okay? People of color, okay? No matter what region you're at, Jamaican, African, wherever we're from, African American, it's like the tax that one of the individuals is receiving. He's 43. He ain't got his life together. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody got their own stuff. Some people walk with trauma. They've encountered barriers. They've been attacked. Some people may have been raised by 2 sets of parents. They may have had stability. It's not even about parents all the time, okay? It's about your village, okay? You got to have mentors, uncles, aunties. You got to have neighbors that look out for you. It's not about, a lot of individuals don't have a certain set of parents. There's multiple people in our foster care system that is everything in America is not all that great. Okay, I've said that once before. We as poor over here, I'm not knocking or mocking. Okay, I respect all cultures and regions, but we have to respect where we are at. We can't go attacking other countries and other regions for don't get mad at me. Yes, I am an American. I'm an African American. This is where I was raised at. I have my own walk of how my parents did me. I'm very blessed and humbled, okay? But at the same time, I do my plans of care with my daughters differently, okay? Like I'm very I shelter them. I'm very overprotective, okay? Sometimes we can over shelter a child too much, and then they're not going to be ready for the world, okay? So there was a few points I was trying to make. Andrew was stating earlier, you know, it starts early. When the child is 3 from birth, you don't start there's no specific age, 12, 14. If you are blessed and you are here and you have seeds that you produced, I would advise you to be present in your child's life. You would no matter if you're foster, adoptive, or you're taking care, of a family member. If you are a parent and you walk like that and you care, you're a mentor, whatever you walk with, okay? Walk with it with passion, okay? Don't mock and make fun of other individuals. Some individuals, the mental health, they can't control it. Okay, so there's all types of different things. I didn't come on here to be all clinical. This is what I do for in my career life. I'm not even doing the career corporate stuff right now. I'm working on my own assignments. Okay, I'm taking everything that I get from the world, okay? And I case manage differently from the other, just the other clinicians. I don't do stuff by the book of how I was trained. I've been walking in the community and the culture in my area. And I see the individuals with some of the barriers and the struggles. Some people got social determinants. You might be in a domestic violence situation. You might be trying to escape an abusive spouse. Sometimes things are mental and emotional. You ain't got to be getting beat physically, okay? You got individuals whose parents, just for different stuff, okay? Some people have a set of parents. Some of their dads out tricking, not present, doing their hustle. Some of the mamas are out here, making money the way they know how, and I'm not knocking, anybody's hustle. Okay. Just make sure it's legal. You don't want to get caught up in a warp and be going to jail repetitively. And then your kids are getting warped in the foster care system. Okay. Because once they get in, it's going to be real tough to get them out. Okay. Then that's when the state takes over your child. Okay. So I'm not trying to tell anyone how to do anything or what to do. There's individuals that I have going to, just there's a siren going by. I don't just letting it go by real quick. But coming up, I had to get accustomed. Okay, I was a Navy brat. Okay, and I had to learn how to move every couple years, readjust to different regions, different cultures. Being the only Black girl in the classroom, started kindergarten in Iceland. I mean, I had a different walk. Okay, I had two sets of parents. They gave me foundations that I've passed on to my own kids, but I didn't never have like a stability. I didn't have like, where are you from? I'm from everywhere. I'm from Cali. I'm from Guam. I'm from Iceland. I'm from Mississippi. I'm very diverse. And that's been very over any set of education, going to school, my degrees, these colleges, my travel, my network, that part of having to learn how to adapt early. Okay, I had to learn how to adjust and adapt to people as a child, being bullied, not having friends, like feeling alone, being introverted, like what the hell? But all that stuff has created me, okay? And I'm trying to get to my point, but with my daughters, okay, both of them individually, they both got their own plans of care, okay? They both got the same set of values that I'm going to instill and raise in them. But again, it starts early. I've been present with them since birth, reading books, showing up for the care plan at the school. You said my child is in an IEP, like that's like special education out here, okay? Like, okay, I'm gonna be right there. We gonna see what this. You got to be present in your child's every part of their walk, from the school, the community. You got to network with the whole care plan. It's a care plan. That's what I have developed and created. It took me time to learn. Yes, I'm a mental health skilled person, but at the same time, I can go out here working and trying to take care of other people. But when it comes to my own home and how I got to case manage and make sure that my peace is protected and that I'm safe, I can't duck with nobody else. You know, I got to do me first, or I can't do none of that, especially in my type of social work field stuff. Okay, I appreciate you letting me get some of these things out, but I am, anytime I hear individuals being bullied or mocked, your age, he got to get it together. We don't know, and I got muted and I didn't hear some stuff. I had to step away, so I just came back in like at the end part. But I just noticed, he's been attacked because of his age. He got to get it together in his head. Like we got individuals just shoot, like they shooting up.
It's lack of understanding,
They
Amen.
shooting up schools. They got people at work every other day over here in America. It's like you're scared to send your child to school type shit. Okay. Like you don't know if they gonna get shot up at this classroom. Okay. And I'm not talking negative, but that part, like if you see something, say something. You don't mock and make fun of individuals that walk a little bit differently, okay? Like that's how we gonna make the world a better place, okay? Talk about it. Let's support them. Let's figure it out, because we don't want them pulling up with the gun, retaliating for revenge. And it's your that was your child. I'm just saying, I think outside the box. I think clinical. So I have to think the worst case scenario of all stuff. Okay. And I appreciate it, George. And again, I have learned how to be less overprotective with my daughters. Like my oldest is going to be 19 next month, and she's trying to move out, and she just learned how to drive, and she works a few jobs, and she's a hustler, baby. She books trips, she travels. I mean, she does stuff on her own, but I'm stalking. I'm scared. I'm the one paranoid. Got ADHD. Where you at? I don't trust people. I want to shelter her, but at the end of the day, something happened to me. I'm not promised tomorrow, okay? So I got to let go and give them the tools they need, and when I'm gone on transition off this earth, they're going to remember, they're going to know what mama taught them, and they're going to have that in their spirit, in their soul. And that's how I want to leave my earth, my path. That's how I walk. Okay. Thank you so much.
Is up, man.
Hang on 1 second. Just a point to Andrew. It looks like today is open asparagus Friday. You're dealing with spectrums here.
Yeah.
So
Open mouth over the new Fridays.
Sheena.
What did it do? What I had to get that off my chest. Now you can tease me or be back mean to me. I just had, it's a vibe. It's real though.
You were born in Guam? You were born in Guam?
Wait, I'm sorry, love. Can you repeat that? My phone is a little bit on my. Do I have what income? Wait, can you repeat that?
Were you born in Guam?
Oh no, I wasn't born in Guam, but I went to third grade through fifth grade there. Yeah, every place I lived 2 years in each place until my dad retired.
Don't answer. That's enough.
Okay, are you from Guam?
What is people of color?
Well, Guam, but what are people of color? There were so many cultures on the island. Guamanians, Chamorro, Samoans.
When you started your asparagus spectrum speech, you said especially us, people of color. What is that?
Oh, people of color. I'm saying like black and brown, us. Like you guys are my sisters and brothers. I don't care if I'm over here in the U.S. and y'all over there. We all. we black.
What is people of color?
I'm saying black. Melatonin. You're not white. Okay, people of color. That's what I mean. And it's been like a struggle over here. I don't know about over there, like that part. I don't know, so I can't speak.
What is one thing you know about Africa?
I come here to learn and vibe with you guys because I've never been there. I want to come visit.
So hang on,
I've never.
Stop your spectrum, bro. Just tune it down for a moment.
Okay.
So Is it accurate to say the people in Africa are black?
Okay, and I didn't mean when I said that. I want to rephrase it. Let me
answer the
rephrase it
question
because
the
I don't
way
want you attacking me.
answer
No,
the
the
question the way
people
it's
in
asked.
Africa are not black. This is one thing I learned in my most recent corporate job. There was a lot of individuals on the floor. Wait, let me just finish my point. This is how much respect I have for the culture, okay? Because I did always think, okay, you're African. Like I'm not saying it negatively, but there were a bunch of employees that I was responsible for just their whole stuff, okay? I'm not trying to go too deep, but I was responsible, like I was one of the managers type stuff, okay?
Are black
And they
people from
let me
Africa?
finish. They would
Are
come to
African
me.
people black? That is the question.
They were brown. They were all my complexion, okay? But what I learned was that there was so many different tribes in this one plant, this facility I worked for. It's a social service agency,
stop,
okay?
stop,
We
stop,
produce laundry
stop,
for the hospitals
stop,
and stuff.
please.
hmm So my point is, I can just look and say, oh, they don't talk English. They're African. No, there was different cultures from the African culture.
Sheena.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not sorry, but I'm gonna be humble and quiet, George. I don't want to get into a confrontation. I'm trying to understand and learn. Yes, dear. What's up, George?
Catch a bubble.
Okay, you asked me a question. I'm gonna answer it, yo. Let's I'm blunt. I'm to the point. I don't do nothing fake. I'm gonna walk real. That's the only way I know in life. Life too short. I don't do no fake stuff. If I don't understand something, I'm gonna ask you.
So, do people in Africa go around calling themselves people of color?
Well, I'm talking about how over here in the United States, the people of color is black and brown, so it's like Hispanic. It's black. We have a lot of Africans over here too. That was my point I was trying to make at my last job. It was like,
no,
oh my gosh,
that's not where we are. So when you are in Guam, the people there, the Chamorros, they are the majorities. Do they call themselves people of color?
The Chamorros and Guamanians, some of them were darker than me, okay?
Do they call themselves people of color? The context here is the term.
All I know is that they called me a nigger every freaking day at school. That's for like a full that they like I had trauma, like my first year transitioning there. They didn't understand me.
Enough trauma to kill yourself?
No, like I'm just sharing with you. This was an experience for me. The people of color in Guam, they call me niggers every day.
So the people in Guam, the Chamorros, the majority, 84% of the population is Chamorros. They look like Moena in the cartoon. They walk around calling themselves people of color?
No, I was a child when I was there, okay? Again, I was like 9.
Who are the people of color?
To 11, just some stuff.
Who are the people of color? And now from now on, when you don't...
Okay, George, this is not... I don't do that type of energy. I just wanted to share my thoughts. And, if you're going to ask me a question, I'll respond. I'll be quiet and allow someone else to speak because I'm not... I don't do negative energy. I respectfully said...
yourself as the people of color?
If I was disrespectful with the way...
Do you see yourself as a person of color?
Yes, I do. I consider...
That's it. What does that mean?
I just you keep muting me. I'm an African.
I cannot deal with your nonsense. Just cut the fat out. I'll just get a little bit of the steak. What does that mean, person of color?
Oh, buddy, you're the co-host up here, so you are like,
What does it mean, person of color?
Let's let the host answer that. Let's let Mr. Andrew, let him vibe in and let's ask his opinion on what a person of color is.
So you know,
ask your host.
You don't want to.
You're not gonna bully me. You're not gonna keep.
you don't want to deal with your bullshit African American slave victim mentality, and you know exactly where I want you by talking about people of color, and you are trying to run away from that bullshit. If the people in Iceland don't go around calling themselves people of color, if the Chamorros of Guam don't go around calling themselves people of color, how did you live in Guam and then came back and you chose to be black?
Look, I was sharing experience when I was a child. I was still developing and learning culture. That was the point I was making, is my adaptability and learning how to deal with
Why
people
didn't
like
that
yourself.
help you to escape?
That's a part of the thing. You got to.
Why did that not help you to escape the nonsense of calling yourself a person of color? You have gone out there and experienced a world where that is not an issue. And you still came here and you still went back to the nonsense of person of color. That's not the conversation you want to have, right?
I hope the individuals who my message was directed to, that I was responding back to, I hope you all received my message. I'm all about positive energy. I believe we all develop at our own pace. We all have our own best plan of care. What works for one individual is not going to work for the same. Everybody don't get their maturity, manhood at age 12 or 14. There's no set age. It's a cycle. It's your mental and your emotional health and being humble and grounded and understanding other people, being able to listen and effectively communicate. That's key.
So effectively
You know, we're going to make mistakes. That's a part of how.
Effectively communicate this to me. What is a person of color?
I already answered your question directly. I told you it's a black person. That's what, when I said a person of color is a person that's non-white.
Okay, so
Over here in my country,
I asked you.
and I'm telling you, that's what I consider it.
We got
In
it.
my country, we have
to do this. I can't help it. Do the black people in Africa go around calling themselves people of color? Do the Chamorros of Guam, who look like Moena, go around calling themselves people of color?
Well, this is one thing I want to understand about your culture, especially with when I was working with some of the individuals at my last place of employment. I'm understanding the African culture respectfully. Okay, the different like tribes and different. It's a whole different culture. I have so much more respect of like, no, this is this tribe. They this you got to be covered. Some of them covered. Some of them didn't have to like have their head, and everybody, it's not like, how do I say this?
You started the sentence with, "This is how much I understand about the African culture." Finish that sentence.
I'm trying to get my point out. If you could, not keep attacking me, but
finish that sentence. What were you saying about understanding African culture based on the African people you were exposed to at work? Finish that thought process.
I'm going to finish that part because what I received, okay, from the culture and the team, okay, like there was certain different and I'm not saying this in a negative nature or manner, but like they don't have respect. Like a lot of them don't like black, Americans. So I don't get that part. You guys are all against us, but like we receive y'all. I'm trying to network and communicate, and let's make some stuff happen. I'm about the assignment for all of my my sisters and brothers over there, over here. You know what I'm saying? That's how I move. So it's like you don't have to sit up here and beat a dead horse on how I said that.
So
sometimes when we talk, we have to watch how we talk. So I was saying a lot of things. So maybe the way I spoke that was out of context. So I'm catching myself. as a
Have you?
respectable person, and I'm telling everyone in the space, I'm not being rude or disrespectful if I said that the wrong way. I don't know. I've never been there. Like, I'm sharing my experiences that I've had with,
Who are these people you're calling brothers and sisters?
Okay, well, there was a lot of individuals that I worked with, and not just there. Like, when you go to get your hair, there's a lot of African braiding shops. There's a lot of, my community is very we got monks, we got Africans, we got Arabs. It's very diverse here. Okay.
And you are the ones
It's
who brought
very
them here
diverse.
or
I
accepted
don't
them
beat
here?
up
What do you mean when you say you have accepted them here, you have welcomed them here? Have you ever
like
taken
in my
have you
like in
ever
my
taken any non-American to your home?
because in my field, when I have to do the best plan of care for all my employees, I don't discriminate about your region, your culture. If this is what you know, this is how, if you need to pray, like it's deep. And the way I'm saying it, I don't want to be disrespectful, okay? But like, I had to
So
understand. I learned a lot.
if God came here and gave you permission to be disrespectful so that you don't have to hold yourself back, what is it you would say?
I'm not being disrespectful, George, if you're,
What does
again,
that mean?
and I'm not going to sit here and bow down. I don't bow down to no man. This is how we walk over here, okay? I'm not being rude, but...
Talking of men, you give us a story about your daughters. One is about to move out of the house at 19, still doesn't know how to drive, but travels and do all these kind of things. But you never mentioned about their father or their fathers. What is the story there?
Okay, you said about what, Dare? My fathers? Oh, you said about the fathers?
The fathers to your children.
Okay, that's not even what the topic was, but I have to do my best plan of care, for myself. But
Where
the
are the
fathers of my children
fathers?
have nothing to do with anything. I didn't ask you about your kids and how many babies moms you have, okay? Or if you're married or whatnot. We were talking about a
That
general
answer
topic.
just made me
And
remember.
I'm not doing that with you,
Oh,
George. You keep trying to bully me. What about my daughter's fathers? What about them? What about them?
are they in a penitentiary?
Are they in the what?
In prison?
Penitentiary.
Yeah.
The penitentiary? Wait, what? Wait, what?
Are they in a federal prison?
Hell nah. Not that I know of. I don't know where the oldest one's dad is.
Where are
I'll
they?
duck with him
Are
in
they
another state.
Are they in that stereotypical corner light selling drugs?
No, I don't deal. I don't.
With
I'm a legal
with their
professional.
with their
I
pants
don't
on their
deal
ankle,
with drugs. Wait, what now?
with their pants hanging off their butt?
No, I don't do that type of mail. I do professional mails, like
So,
your host Andrew up
so
there.
save
I
us
do.
here.
I like
Where
that type
are
of
the
swag.
fathers to your children?
What do the fathers of my children have to do with anything? I'm a strong mom, regardless, with or without them. Okay, I have to brand and provide for my daughter.
We can have a conversation about anything you say. Have you ever heard of any other race whose women call themselves strong, other than blacks?
Yeah.
Who?
I have heard some other cultures.
Who?
Women consider themselves strong.
I didn't say culture. I say race. Straight up.
Race,
You have white.
Hispanic. Yeah, I've had a lot of.
Calling themselves independent white women.
Yeah. There's a lot of Asian, Hispanic, and women walk different now. There's a lot of business, independent women of all cultures and races. So I don't know what you mean by that question. I'm trying to understand what you mean.
So it would help if you told me what drugs are you on.
I'm not. I don't do drugs there. I do medical marijuana. That's the only drug I do. Okay. That part for my health. I don't do prescription pills or none of that. So I do my best plan of care. Okay. that works
So
for
is it
me, and that's too much information for you anyhow. But since you want to be all funny and ask me what type of drugs I do, yeah, I do medical marijuana. It's legal in a lot of states here, okay, and I'm sure you do it too, maybe, or maybe you need to smoke one. But we just roll one up together right now. Let's just calm it down a notch. But anyhow, did you get all your questions answered, George?
except for the
George,
father of your children?
George,
The
I
fathers
think
of my children don't have nothing to do with the success of my daughters. They were just the sperm carriers. I'm not with neither one. Okay, so this is my
How,
level up season.
how
My
old are you?
daughters are grown. They're headed to college. I'm
How old are,
about to do her sizzle for shit.
how old are you?
You guys ask me the same questions every time I come in. How old are you? Where's your baby's stats at? I'm not doing that. You guys know my age. You
All right. Thank you so much, Sheena.
okay. Yeah, you too, George.
Andrew, I'm exhausted.
Today, George, you have done something very, very different.
What is that?
You have managed to get her answer questions.
You know, I didn't even remember it was her until I touched about the fathers of her children. I say, aha, the answer reminded me. This is the same one.
Yeah. Today, you managed to make her answer questions.
Wow. But you know, it's
but
because I have to mute her to put her
Exactly.
on
That is
track.
the only way. It is the only way. There is no way you can make her answer questions except doing that. That's why, from our side, you cannot ask her questions because she will give you an essay. Now, at least you, with the mute button, you've been able to ask the questions today.
Now, imagine being yoked with a woman like that for 7 years in the belief that that's what God would want.
That is early suicide. Eh?
Where? Today is a broad spectrum open mic Friday.
I think today it's like we decided to pick a few guys from Madare and the drug section, especially the one who are doing hard narcotics. Because wow, this sounds like we are in some farm in Colombia. They are opium farm, man.
I mean,
In Kenya,
you
and it
have
is open mic.
and you have Eric, and you are like, well, come to think of it, Eric is not too far off.
and I thought it was getting better. Then now this other one comes and I'm like, this shit is never getting any better.
Can I also
I would like
say my thoughts a bit? I think I sorry guys, I beg to disagree. I listened to the whole conversation. I think the speaker had her thoughts in order, and I think that she's well, humanly speaking, she articulated what are her thoughts and her space. And when we open a platform to global, you have to accept then that people will come from their backgrounds. They will not understand our Nairobi mentality. They will not understand where we sit and where we stand. So I think if we really want to have a conversation, it is important to, appreciate where somebody is coming from. I think the questions about somebody's family and fathers and children, age, is that what we want to get down to? Because I think that's out of order. As a co-host, you can take down a speaker in another way. You do not have to get personal to get to that level. That's my opinion. I felt that the co-host could have connected with the speaker at another level. There were some questions personally I would have wanted her to answer, but I would not have gone for her neck that way. I recognize that maybe she has angered people in the past, but I do hope that in the future we should not be judged by our past, but by the content of the current topic. That's just why I joined this platform, to listen to those kind of ideas, and not necessarily to be given to listen to a whole.
All right, let me apply the same attitude to you. Only to say that I have brought her back because there is some questions you would have wanted her to answer. She is all yours for the next 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for bringing her back to me, but I don't actually want to engage with her right now. I opened the mic to speak my
Cap
mind
your
about what
balls,
you.
bro. I'm calling you bluff.
No, I think
Cap
what you're
your
doing, what you're
balls.
doing,
Here
what
she
you're
is
doing is
now.
being a bully.
Hang on 1 second. I did this intentionally. You came here with
What
that
you're doing,
fucking
instead of
African
responding to
mentality
my.
that you wanted to school us on how to do things and how to understand people's. And you say, if only you had brought her here, I would have handled this one differently. Here she is, your American nigger. Take it away.
Oh wow. Okay, George again. I don't demonic, never, low level vibrational energy, because I'm a light worker type person, and I, connect with positivity. But that was.
Forget about me. Connect with the doctor here, please. Just the two of you. It's either you are talking or there is silence.
So, first of all, thanks very much, George, for bringing this up. But I do see what you have done here, and I think don't keep in mind that we are not watching the tactics. When I ask you a question, when I respond to how you handled it, I think it's a tactic to try and get me to engage with Sheena. I could do that. I mean, she's on Twitter. I could reach out to her. We could all totally go on a separate call and talk to her. What you're doing is evading my comments by trying to connect me with her. I think that's not right, and I think I'm beyond that level of abuse. You do this. When people bring out an issue, do not bully them. Instead, identify what are the core points and respond to those.
Doctor, a
And
quick
don't
interjection.
This is the opportunity to practice
Doctor,
that part.
Doctor,
That
just a
part.
quick interjection. Doctor, just a quick interjection. You see, when Elon Musk was having a space the other day with that BBC journalist, he gave that BBC journalist an opportunity. Because you can't say things, and when you are told now this is your time, because you say there are questions that you might have wanted Sheena to answer. So George has done this. Instead of saying there are questions that you might have wanted, this is the opportunity. Stop beating around the bush and saying, I see what, George, you are doing. George is not doing anything. He has given you that
can I
opportunity.
respond
Ask
to
now
you?
those questions. Stop
Can I
beating
respond to
around
you?
the bush and we move on. That's not it's not really necessary. What's necessary is those questions that you might have wanted to ask.
The way we monetize, or the way we think about these things is, you look at the number of people listening, and then you think, multiply that by the number of minutes that you're telling them that you're going to dedicate to this, and then monetize that and think in terms of how much time is wasted. Now, when I make a comment and say that for what I would like to engage with Shida, I can reach out in other channels. That's actually respecting the time and privileges of the people here, and that's why there is a word called yield. I can yield to other people on the platform who have other topics beyond Sheena. I think if you're following the chats, if you look at the chats that are going on here, you will see people are already thinking, let's go on to another topic that is beyond Sheena. You already have said yourself that she has talked enough in previous forums.
Doctor,
Why don't we just engage on something else?
Now you're going to get the same muting because I can't get anything through you. But when you came here, you found it more important not to move to other topics as you have read them from the comment section. You found it important to go back to the way I handled Sheena, and you offered a better way. If only Sheena was here. Here she is.
Dr. Martin, all due respect, salute to you for being a real man and pulling up and acknowledging, my energy. I really appreciate that. I respect that. All do. Okay. That's the part. That's the type of networking I like to do. Okay. Again, I'm here to help
engage
with that part.
Show us how it's done with your degrees.
No, I'm not. It's not about that part. I told you I'm working and I was just listening. I pulled in to listen, and then, I made my point, and then you pulled me back up to bully me and make me mockery. Then you called me a black nigger. And I told you I was called a nigger.
There we go. I brought you here so that the doctor here can show us practically how it's done, because we have failed him, and we have failed our culture, and we have failed our misunderstanding of other people's culture and where they are coming from. He had all these seminar style speech, and he said, if you had come here, he would have demonstrated that to us. So it's going to be a very quick 15 seconds. Do you have anything to say? And Sheena, don't say anything, doctor, about that. Or do you want to move on straight up as if you don't have raised that issue and give a different submission?
Right. So, Sheena, I have 15 seconds. Let me say, in 15 seconds, I will reach out to you. I would be very interested in knowing about your mental health practice and what you're doing for women, because I do believe that the reason why we have little participation by women in this kind of platforms is this kind of bullying. Chair George, I'm sorry if you feel like I have not addressed your issues.
I have no feelings, so remove the word feelings.
The point here is that don't assume we do not know the bullying. The bullying is there. We watch it. We have seen this style before, and you can kick people out because of the mute button. So feel free to mute me as soon as you wish. But some
what
of
if
us
I don't mute you and then you have some...
If you don't mute me, I have the mute button on my side, and I also have the option to step out. I think
So
that's
you don't
one of the things that
say,
you
doctor?
have to keep in mind.
Is that what it is?
The whole point is, when you start saying somebody's degrees, did I ask you how many degrees you have?
I don't have
When
any.
you start asking Sheena about her age, her children, her husband, her, whether they are lowering their trousers, whether they are on the street corner selling marijuana, is that what a Nairobian is? Is that what we disintegrate to? I think you can engage with somebody without going for their family, without their children. Guys, I think even if you want to sound cool, there's a level, there's a line we don't cross. If you want to call yourself a real man, as you called me, you said I'm a real man, then there's a line you don't want to cross.
Hang on.
Because we can, if
now we are going to have a conversation. Are you talking about you or me?
I'm talking about you, because all you're doing is bullying people.
So I want you to display a different version contrary to mine. This is what it is.
But I'm not a co-host. Are you giving me the job of hosting? Because I can do that.
Do you want this in Swahili?
No. I want it in the language that the person
you have seen everything that is wrong with me. So this is your chance to shine and show a better version of a human being. Don't dwell on my iniquity.
So the question is, are you giving me the job of hosting this point or from this point on, or are you waiting for me to say the next two sentences so that you can cancel me out? Because what you're doing is canceling people.
I have offered from the moment you started speaking for you to give us your own thought process.
Give me the topic.
You want a topic?
Yeah.
Okay, what is Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies Consortium?
So you want me to speak about my work? Is that what you're asking? Make the question more specific.
You asked for a topic. Yes, that's what I want to hear.
Yeah, what you are doing now, just for the benefit of the other listeners, you have quickly looked at my Twitter. You have seen that I work for the Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies program, and you want me now to speak about my work, knowing fully well that if my employer is listening, I could be jeopardizing my job. Is that what you want?
Look, that part right there. That part, Dr. Martin.
Is that what you want?
So your employer has no problem with you on the profile as long as you don't speak about it.
I joined this platform with my personal Twitter link, right? This is not an employer Twitter handle. And then you asked me to speak about my employer. And so the question is, what do you want to know? And do you want me to jeopardize my other economic activity, which actually pays me to be able to listen to you during this platform?
I just
George, you have to listen to.
Hang on.
You have to take.
Doctor, give us a layman's information without jeopardizing the nuclear codes of your employer.
So the Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies program is a global platform which is actually led from Nairobi by me, but is headquartered in Washington, D.C. and it fights for the health and well-being of mothers worldwide. We believe that women should be given all the adequate support that they need to be able to carry their babies to term, but also to live a healthy life during all their life stages. And at the end of the day, we are advocating for all the medicines that women should receive when they are little girls, when they are adults, when they are pregnant, when they are elderly. All we do is all about mothers so that we can have healthy babies who go on to be productive members of society, whether boys or girls, doesn't matter whether the child is a boy or a girl. But at the end of the day, no human being is alive today and did not survive in their mother's womb. And that's the reason why we focus on the health of mothers first before they become pregnant. We like to think of it this way. No man drives his car from the garage before he has checked that it has brakes or it has petrol or it has diesel, whatever it uses. No man drives his car from the garage before it's serviced. The same way, no woman should be allowed to get pregnant, should be allowed to go ahead raising so many children without the support that they need. And that's why for me, I came on board, because Sheena was talking about mental health issues that she has experienced as a woman. She was talking about her own children. These are things that I understand probably at a far much deeper level, because this is what I do every day. And that's why I thought, no, in fact, if you look at the chat, I said, I think you're not connecting the speaker, because the issues she's raising are very different from whether her children are standing at the corner of the street. In fact, what you're doing is stigmatizing the speaker instead of utilizing the opportunity to highlight and spotlight a much more important societal issue.
Stigmatizing her. If I get a chance, I'll stigmatize you. So let's talk about you now. Okay?
Wait,
so
you just said you want to stigmatize me. Is that the objective of this? Because if it's about stigmatizing from people, I don't need to be here.
So I'm asking you now, when you say advocating, what is missing and what is being forced from who?
Advocate? You mean for advocating for women?
Yes.
For instance, let me ask you.
Explain your job without asking me questions, because I'm not in it.
But you're asking me questions.
I'm asking about the advocacy part.
Okay. So, and I'm responding to you and saying, for instance, in Kenya, did you know that women receive only 2 micronutrients when they are pregnant out of the recommended 15 micronutrients? Did you know that because of that, we end up having so many abortions, so many miscarriages? There are many women, and some of us in this platform probably know a sister, a brother, an aunt, or somebody who was trying to get pregnant, but they lost their baby, or they had a miscarriage, because our system does not give women what they need. This is already a WHO recommendation, a World Health Organization recommendation. It's already... Yeah, go ahead.
What system does not give women what they need? What system?
Government systems, ministries of health. We are talking about the nutrition programs around the world, but especially in poor resource countries. What you will find is that when a woman from a rich neighborhood or a rich family is pregnant, her husband will go and get her, very good nutrition supplements from the pharmacy or the drugstore, or whatever you call it, from wherever you come from. But if you go to most countries and you go to the government health center, all you're going to get is 2 pills, iron and folic acid. That's not enough. And that's what we are trying to say. Governments have to allocate more funds to ministries of health to be able to purchase the required medicines for women when they're pregnant, so that we can go on to have healthy pregnancies, healthy babies that can be able to score high in school. Because some of us are performing in school the way we are performing simply because we never got the right nutrition when our mothers were pregnant. And so our job is to talk to governments, talk to partners, funders, try and find out how can you allocate more funds, how can you change policies, how can you serve these women better. But at the same time, we recognize that there are those who are already in that situation. And so for those ones, we try to talk to ministries of health and find out, can they be given special attention? For instance, if a woman is already attending antenatal care somewhere in Bagavi Hospital, and she's already malnourished, can we get her aside? And then can we at least connect her with somebody who can give her the funds to get this medication so she can save her pregnancy, save her baby? And I believe, George, if it was your wife, you would be happy about that, wouldn't you?
So how do you solve that problem? How do you get funds?
I just say so funding, for example, we have talked a lot to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. There's a lot of funds that have been sent, including to Kenya. We have talked a lot to Kirk Humanitarian. There's a lot of these supplements that have been donated, including to countries like Kenya, Tanzania, even Uganda. In July, we are having a big meeting in Addis Ababa where about 14 African countries are gathering to discuss this issue further. So it's much bigger, huge issues.
In that meeting, how many pregnant women are going to attend?
Why do you need a pregnant woman in a meeting where do you realize all the stakeholders are actually pregnancy advocates?
So this is not about pregnant women.
It's about pregnant women. But I think you need to understand how this kind of meetings happen.
So
we don't. For example, I told you the meeting is in July. Do you know what we are doing at the moment? We are engaging with the very pregnant women. We are engaging the very pregnant women, collecting their thoughts from these 14 countries that I talked to you about, and then slowly we are escalating them. And then with their champions, we are going to get them to Addis to deliver this to the African Union Commission.
How long has this been a problem in Kenya specifically?
Since the beginning of time, but we like to say since independence. Since independence, women have always had the shorter end of the stick. And for me, that's why I get very animated when we have a woman who dares to speak. Slow down.
If we go to let's divide the decades. The 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s. Okay?
Yes.
Which one of those decades do you think, we are only talking about Kenya, which one of those decades do you think Kenya has the highest birth rate?
I think the answer to your question, are you talking about total fertility rate?
Birth rates. A baby come out.
So I think sometimes when we are listening to economists, we are always told you have to be sure that you're looking at the right metric. I would say looking at birth rate is the wrong way of looking at it, because children will be born every day. The question is who are not being born. The one who has been born, you will, they always call them bundles of joy.
So
and because you have that bundle of joy, you forget to look at where the issues are.
Doctor, which one of those decades did we have most births?
For Kenya specific, I would have to check. I can't tell you that when I enter this conversation, I expect that kind of question.
You are in the midst of solving a problem, but you don't have the information of what is it that you are solving.
But it's not about birth rate. I think if you are listening to me, you will understand that I did not talk about birth rate. I talked about the health of women. And I think you have actually your question put it the nail right on the head. The problem is that we always think about the health of the women in relation to their ability to give birth. And what we are saying is that's the wrong way. That's the wrong way.
Can unhealthy women give birth?
Yes. But do you know what are the consequences, scientifically speaking?
Okay, doctor, there is something you mentioned, George. Just a quick one. You mentioned you've mentioned this. You said that right now the women are receiving less nutrients. I think you mentioned that, right?
Yes.
And you say that affects the performance. Is that what you've mentioned, right?
That's a scientific fact. You can Google that.
Yeah, okay. You've said that's a scientific fact. Then when we look at the stats, according to performances, why is the performance still going down? Even the 90s, I believe in the 90s and 70s and the 60s, that has to be the time when women were not receiving any nutrients. Is that true?
No, even now they're not receiving.
No. I'm saying in the 90s and the 70s and the 80s, it was like literally zero, right?
So there's one thing you have to keep in mind. Countries have a growth curve, right?
Now,
And
what I'm
if you
saying
look
is,
at, if you
we are
look
looking
at
at
what
school
was the
performance. You've said about our school performance. We are saying that the school performance has gone down. We are looking at right now the school performance right now and the school performance in the 90s. Right now, the school performance has gone down when women were literally receiving they were receiving literally no nutrients at all. But right now, they are receiving two, and the performance is still going down. How is this correlating now to what you're talking about? Because you said one of the effects is the kids that are being born right now, it affects their performance. And now we can't see that in the stats. The stats are not really showing it.
First, I would be curious to know which stats you're quoting, because it's obvious that if you correlate the growth
No,
curve of a
just
country.
take any
No,
stats.
can
Just
I
take
finish
any
answering
stats
your
from
question?
NES.
Yes. So if you correlate the growth curve of a country versus performance versus nutrition, there are a couple of factors that will shock you. Number one, you have to correct for population size. I would challenge you. What was the population of the country in the 70s and the 60s, the period you're more interested in? Now, what was the food supply generally in the country versus the population size? Now, we all know that ideally, we would actually wish that we get all nutrients from food. So if a country can be, even yourself, if your pocket can be able to feed you everything you can get it from your diet, personally, as a health expert, that's what I would recommend. But now comes a situation where a country has skyrocketed in terms of population growth, and then we have situations like in the arid and semi-arid north of Kenya. I don't know whether you have traveled widely in Kenya, but there are parts of Kenya and the region, and even in Africa and outside Africa, even in Asia, where people literally, if you do not give them food, if you do not give them extras, they will not meet their daily recommended dietary requirements. And these are the women who still, because population has to grow, they still find themselves pregnant. Now, when they are pregnant, we say, okay, can you adapt what they are lacking? And we have been able to identify 15 micronutrients, and we say they need these extra 15 micronutrients. And luckily, science has advanced. These 15 micronutrients can be packed in a small tablet that they can take every day. Now, guess what? They can also take another tablet of only 2. And the cost is the same. So the question is, why don't you advocate for them getting the 15 micronutrients?
Dr. Martin.
Yes.
I'm even having a headache, bro. I'm having a headache. Just mute your mic for a second. Just 1 second. Let's move beyond micronutrients. God damn. Shit. You guys are talking about micronutrients on a Friday. Should be discussing drinks. Talk about women and women health. And this, all I can see are dudes here on this space. God damn it. I left George here for a few minutes. Look at him. He's taken...
Don't insult your mama, Bana. Don't insult your mom in this case, my friend. I'm sorry.
What do you mean? Don't insult your mom?
The point, if you have been listening from the beginning, is you are what you are today because your mother, when you were pregnant, took the right nutrition to give us the kid that we have today. That's a fact.
How do you know?
How do you know she did all this? You are in the past. You lived in the past. So let me ask you: are there more micronutrients now, or were they there then?
That's an interesting question because
it's not because you're full of shit. Or you've been saying you've been skipping from one side to the other, which is nonsense. Can't you just speak straight like a man?
No, don't again.
Just now, didn't you just tell Kenya Daima? Hold up. Didn't you just tell Kenya Daima just now? And that's why I wanted us to leave this conversation because it's going nowhere. Because you're full of shit. At least if you are not full of shit, maybe you would get somewhere. Did you just tell Kenya Daima right now that a woman needs how many micronutrients? 15 to get a healthy baby, but our systems don't support that?
Are you refuting that?
No, I'm asking. When do you think we had systems in Kenya that supported that to give us Andrew Kibe, George Nganga, and Dr. Martin? When do you think the system supported that?
So is the response to your question that because the car got us to the destination, then the car is okay?
I'm asking the question, and you're not answering. You don't answer a question with a question. When was Kenya's health better?
I can answer in a simple way. So this is the issue. We would like that at least our government.
No. Answer the question. When was that where Kenya had a better health system than it does today? Where things were done faster than they're being done today? When was that day?
So first of all, I never say that Kenya had a better health system than it has today.
So can we agree that Kenya's health system is at its best today?
So I did not say that it's not at its best.
No, can we say it's at its best?
Actually, the word you have used is the right word, at its
Answer
best.
that question.
Now, the question is, can we
I want to hear your answer to that.
So the Kenya system, Ministry of Health has always tried to...
No, can we say...
Those guys are working.
Can we say... Hold up, doctor, and I need you to answer the question directly. Can we say today's Kenya's health system is at its best? It's never been better. It's at its best.
No, I don't believe.
So when was it better?
When we had a fewer population, which was in the 70s and 80s, as your colleague suggested. We had fewer mouths to feed. That's a simple fact.
No, hang on, Andrew. I did not suggest. One moment, doctor.
Food.
I did not
now
suggest.
You are importing from Zambia.
I asked you what decade were more births, and you refused to answer. But now you are saying you are going back to confirm that the 60s and the 70s is where there were most growth.
I think if you listen to me, I answered your question in this way.
One moment, doctor.
Mm-hmm.
You refused to answer my question when I asked you.
No, I did not. I answered. No, that one you will not pin me down. I answered your question. Maybe you are not listening. If you want, I will repeat it.
We can go there. We are human beings. We can go there. This is the question. This is the question. And I'll give you back to Andrew. If we divide the decades from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and the 2000s, when did Kenya have the most births?
Corrected for population growth?
No.
You don't want me to correct for population growth. How can you compare a population of 50 million versus a population of less than 40, less than 30? How can you, mathematically speaking, how can you work that out, even you?
When did Kenya have the most births? You are throwing in scientific terms to mean the same thing. If I went to your grandmother and I find out she had 9 children, and I go to your own puny life and you have 2 children, what fucking adjusted for population are we talking about?
It's interesting because you answered your question right there.
So why are you afraid to answer that question?
Because you have the answer. You're actually talking about the answer yourself. Now,
because you know that question is going to contradict your Conman NGO.
Let me answer it then to you. Let me give it back to you then, because you've answered it, but I will give it back to you. Now, the total fertility rate of the country was better in the 70s and 80s.
I'm not talking about fertility rate, bro. Don't give me scientific words.
It's the same thing. It's birth rate. It's the same thing.
So now, so that we can give you back to Andrew. Answer his question.
Okay. Have I answered your question? Can you confirm? Have I answered your question?
At what point was Kenya's health care at its best? In the 50s or in the 2000s? Back to you and Andrew.
But first, can you first confirm? Have I answered your question?
You are evading the question because you know.
But I've answered it.
Hang on. It sounds like you want me to speak so that you can speak over me. Which one is which?
No, you speak. You speak.
You are avoiding to answer the question because therein lies the logic that would unravel your conmanship NGO that you have.
First of all, you have to keep in mind, and as I said, and I entered this platform by first stating that we should not bring down conversations to attacking personalities. I think that's how you arrived at the fact that I'm running an NGO. I don't run an NGO.
I'll tell you.
Secondly,
How you are
Can I
because
answer?
that I'm a conman. I don't know how I'm a conman, yet 14 governments are gathering, convened by the African Union, are gathering to discuss this very issue. It's a very serious issue. I think you should not bring down, bring your own idiosyncrasies in an
Let's
issue
go
like
back
this.
to the question.
So,
Is the health system in Kenya better now than it has ever been?
The answer is no. Happy?
It was better in the 50s.
Yes. Ask a question. I will answer.
What has dictated?
What has changed is population growth. We have more mouths to take care of. We don't have the money. We were exporting food.
Hang on.
Listen, we were exporting food. Now we are trying to get Zambia to bring us food.
No. Those are imaginary problems created by politics.
Are they?
Let's focus on what is real.
Oh, give me something real, and I'm happy to discuss. Give me something more real. Give me something more real than taking care of pregnant women.
Where are these micronutrients naturally found?
I answered that already, but I'll repeat again. I said diet, your food. In fact, I said it very clearly that my profession actually would wish that everybody got all their nutrients from their food if they can afford it. And I made it very clear. Not everybody is privileged like you. Some people live in desert. Some people live in the north. They cannot find food.
You don't know my
day.
privilege.
And
so
these are
don't
the people
go
we
there.
are trying to support.
Answer the question without so many attachments that are meaningless.
No, you ask
the micronutrients you mentioned
yes,
that you are giving to these people with the help of Bill Gates Foundation and all AFCO and all these other companies. Where are they naturally found?
I think I just answered that question to you.
Why can't you just say that with all the?
I told you diet. I told you diet, and I said food, and I said personally, I would actually recommend everybody get it from food if they can afford.
Now,
how many times do you want me to repeat that?
Now.
Listen, my friend. Listen.
No. So we have agreed they are found in food. You're calling it big words like nutrients. They are found in food. Why? Listen to my question very carefully and don't avoid it. Why, therefore, is not the effort to produce the food that gives the micronutrients? Target that effort directly to the large-scale farmers in Kitale and Rift Valley and parts of central Kenya, so that we have enough of that food that has your magical micronutrients.
George, this is actually a very good question. And thank you very much for asking this question. Now, the answer is that, first of all, when a woman is pregnant, the need for these nutrients, for example, iron, skyrockets. It's more than 100% more than a regular.
Stop right
Let me answer.
Stop right there. No.
So the reason why we cannot.
I'm going to offend you by muting you until you get disciplined to have a conversation. Okay? Why are these nutrients not introduced in a baby girl at the age of 7 and become their lifestyle, so that when they are 20 or 24 and pregnant, there is no breaking news of some missing nutrients in a baby's body? Because your organization and Bill Gates and every other company that wants to create NGOs to hoodwink pregnant women as a facade for what you are actually intending to do in Kenya are supplying instead the food in the society naturally, so that a 9-year-old girl will grow naturally with the nutrients in their body, the way the women of the 1950s and 60s, who were the most productive women in our country, were naturally nurtured by food food.
Can I answer now?
Because you are saying there is an influx of population. Counteract that by increased production of natural
Can I answer now?
supply of food, not this gimmick of your micronutrients.
So the simple answer to that is that
Doctor,
actually,
there is something you wanted. Doctor, just a second, just a quick interjection. You asked something, how is it mathematically possible? And then now you went on to mention something we call rate. You get? So when it comes to rate, it doesn't matter the number that is there. So when we look at rates, we realize that rates, it's basically not like when we are talking, it's in percentages. So when we are looking at the data through percentages, we realize that what you are telling us doesn't apply. You asked for us to explain to you mathematically. Then the other thing is, what everyone is trying to tell you, and you are beating around the bush, is when these women did not have, what you are doing is you are basically being a salesperson. You are selling these micronutrients. You are advocating for, you have this organization that is selling the micronutrients, and now you want them to make business. That's basically what you are doing. You are telling us there is other 15 micronutrients that are not present, but now everyone is asking you, in the 70s and the 80s, where were these women getting these micronutrients? So what you are telling you, stop bullshitting us with this salesman thing. You are just being a salesman. There is nothing else. It is the micronutrients you are selling, basically. You may not be selling to us, but you are selling to the governments and all the nonsense. And that is not even your idea. And it's not even your idea. Listen to me, doctor. That's not even your idea. This is an idea by someone else who is doing business so that you can be their salesperson. So the idea of us telling you trying to you're basically selling. You are selling micronutrients. Stop masking it with saying it is lacking. No, saying women in Africa are not receiving. Saying women are not receiving. What we're asking you, did George and Gia die because the mother did not receive those nutrients? How did Kibe come to life if the mother did not receive all those nutrients? So basically, we are telling us, what we are telling you is, what you are selling is, it's micronutrients you are selling. Just come straight and say, oh guys, you know what? They are micronutrients I'm selling. They could boost, they could have and that, but stop making it look like a problem. It's not a pandemic and it's not a problem. That's what we are trying to tell you. And this idea of saying mathematically cannot be explained, we are looking at rates. We are telling you the rates are right now. It doesn't matter what percentage, it doesn't matter what number you're talking about. No, listen. Oh my God. What I'm telling you is, what you're telling us is, oh my God.
Can I respond now? Because I think all you're doing, you already made your point. I think we have to accept one thing. First of all, there is no company producing these micronutrients on the African continent. There is no company producing these micronutrients on the Asian continent. But if you look at the Kenya Ministry of Health policies, they actually state there that women should get these things. But these things are not available. That's number one. Because
how long has that been a problem?
Do you know? Can I continue answering? Because first of all, you accused me of selling these micronutrients. I cannot sell something which is not even available on like a product. You can accuse me of selling a MacBook or a Windows computer if I own it. If I can buy it and come and sell to you, you cannot accuse me of selling something which is not available. What we are trying to say is that governments have these policies of things that should be given to certain segments of the population, and this is not my Martin's one. These are your own government stakeholders. People sat down, smarter people than me, came up with these policies. And they found it important that women now need to get these things. And all we are doing is saying, fine, you have a policy that says women should get these things. You also have identified that these things are not available. You have also identified, even if they were available, you don't have the money for it. Can we now start working together to find where the money can come from? And can we also start talking to our manufacturers in Kenya? We have pharmaceutical manufacturers. This is one of segment where they can cash in, go in, manufacture, and I can tell you the whole African continent is open to distribute if they can manufacture them. Now, the main challenges are cost. I can tell you, if there was money to be made from
Doctor, I have a question.
All American companies.
Doctor, I have a question. Where are you getting these micronutrients from currently? Doctor, where are you getting the micronutrients from currently? so that we know what we're dealing with here. We may have a salesman on our hands. Because if we say there's no need for micronutrients, then some companies will have to close down. But this guy is selling, he's already assumed that all women need that. It doesn't matter what environment you stay in, you need it. You need these micronutrients. They've taken a sample of all women and everywhere they stay. They said, these are the micronutrients for all of them, standard. Right now, if you are to eat like a Maasai, you would go sick for days. What are you telling me? You have a standard medicine for everybody around the world. We need micronutrients. You think the same amount of water you drink in Nairobi is the same amount of water you drink when you're in Isiolo? Stop bullshitting us here, Daktari. Okay, Santino.
And
Okay.
you see,
What are you saying, Kenya?
no, then our doctor is mad, and the reason why I'm saying he is mad or is drunk today, because when you look at child mortality rate, Kibe, right now it is down. Mothers giving birth mortality rate is also down. So I'm like, what are you telling us? You're telling us now it's when people are having most abortion. You think people are having most abortion because of they are not receiving nutrients? What kind of thinking is this, Kibe, today? But anyway, let's move to someone else because this is just mad.
And you know also, Ken, he's not answering why it is the problem.
Statement before I go.
No, I asked you a question and you were unable to answer me. So
No, I can answer.
no, it's
I can
okay.
answer.
Your time has come and passed. I've already moved on beyond you.
What?
Yeah. Even for you, hopped on. Just everybody mute your mic. I'll just call you out the way I see you. So let's not try and overtalk. Let's go with Samson.
So
Daktari, I'm done.
I wanted to close.
No. I'm going to kick you out if you
Because
continue
you
talking.
you didn't give me a chance to answer your question. You asked me a question.
Bro,
but
I'm
not
done with
asked me to
you.
answer.
I don't no turn
Quickly
nothing.
now, he's so comfortable being a victim.
Yeah, now he wants to
He
go
never
say.
got a chance to respond. We have been listening to his bullshit here for 45 minutes. And now all of a sudden, oh, look at this. They can't even give me a chance. You know how he came here? Oh, I don't like the way you are bullying this nigger from Netherlands, USA. Oh, you can do better. You bad co-host all this nonsense. And now he's selling us micronutrients extracted from natural food. But the effort cannot be to produce the food in Rift Valley and Western Kenya to feed the same population. When I ask him about when were the women giving more births, he said, adjusted for population? Bullshit.
And you know, Mkenya caught him. He's selling micronutrients. So they have to sell the problem like it is real. They have to sell the problem like it is real so that all the women around Africa are just going to be screaming micronutrients every second. Umekula micronutrients sako leo wewe. Yeah, that's what you guys are doing. You're selling micronutrients. Yeah.
If you say you have moved on from a conversation, but you don't give me the chance to rebuttal, I think it's unfair.
Life is unfair, bro. Life is not fair.
No,
you don't always get what you want.
On from a conversation.
Yeah.
First of all, I have to congratulate George. George, you have been very successful because this actually came from your conversation with Shiha. It was not about micronutrients, and I started by telling you have succeeded in diverting from your chaotic session with Shiha to me, and now you are attacking me. How?
I told you at the beginning, and you thought I was bluffing, that I will be bullying you. Forget about Sheena. I will be bullying you. You see how good I was at that? I have no problem with anything. I can have any level of conversation with anybody. If you bring bullshit, I'll be the biggest bullshitter. If you bring intelligent conversation, I'll rake my small mind to match that energy. Doctor, you are a conman.
I think, George, we are disintegrating again to where you went with Shiha. Right? Now you're about to call my children drug addicts and bang addicts and they sell drugs on the corner. Just go ahead. I think that's where you're headed, right?
George,
how many children does your wife have?
Why don't we talk about yours?
Is it because of the micronutrients? Did they have something to do with micronutrients?
I think your wife or your mother did not take enough micronutrients. That's probably the problem.
You see, there you have it. Now we have the real guy.
So I think
that
was? The reason why I'm doing this is because I want you to know that what you do is a double-edged sword. You know, it can hit back. It can hit back, and I think if you're going to use this, I think it's sad.
The moment I called you a conman, then the gig is up.
So this is the point. You can call anybody a conman, eh? Twitter is an
but you have proven. But you have proven
but you're also a conman. But you're also a conman.
You have allied yourself. And correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm going to mute you so that you can listen to me if you don't. Correct me if I'm
you're
wrong.
really using the mute button very well. Those are powers that are
I'm trigger happy.
Given to some people, they are very important.
Yes. So here is the point that you have proven to yourself, to us.
You said I sell micronutrients. I don't have a company. I don't own shares.
That's not the point. You have proven to us that you have attached yourself with foreign governments, NGOs, and most importantly, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and you have found an opening through pregnant women as an avenue.
No, I will stop you right there. I will stop you right there. I think you got all your facts wrong. You got all your facts wrong. First of all, I don't work for Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
They are wrong.
Just like anybody else in Kenya, we beg for money to support our government. And by the way, we do our bit as civil servants, as people, as Kenyans. When we identify a policy that we do have that needs money, and we ask, can you help us fundraise? We write to everybody. I don't work for Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Now, can I clarify? I want to clarify because I think you're tarnishing other people's names wrongly here. I don't work for the Gates Foundation, but I do submit proposals for funding like anybody else to look for money.
Funding
and if I get funded, I'm happy. I've
not been funded for what? So far. What are you funding?
For maternal programs, for mothers in Kenya to get the help they need, my friend. In Kakuma, in Dadaab, and so far, we have not received any money from Gates Foundation. Just so you understand. Secondly, you said I own shares and I don't know stocks I'm selling. I don't sell. I have never.
No. Let's not degenerate into bullshit. Have you?
You see, now you are muting me when I say the right fact.
Bro, you're going to cry like a little baby.
No, you are accusing
That
me
is your problem. I don't have a problem giving you a reason to cry. But this is my question to you. Have you considered a project being funded of an irrigation scheme in those semi-arid areas so that the women of Pokot and Lodwar and all these other areas, imaginary areas of yours, can have access to fresh grown foods in their areas? Have you ventured into the area of irrigation schemes in those arid areas to produce the food that gives the micronutrients?
The answer is yes. That's happening in Pokot. That's happening in Turkana.
What is the name of the project?
Do you watch the news?
What? Answer the question. What is the name of the project in Turkana?
Asal, I have to look that because that's not by our organization. As we are not into irrigation, so we have to accept that we are not. Nobody can be a jack of all trades. So, but I do know that those programs are ongoing. But are you now insinuating that we have enough food to feed all the Turkanas?
No.
The Northerners.
On the contrary, that's what you're saying. I am saying if there is an existing irrigation
those
scheme,
projects are there. They are there.
Then why haven't you put the effort to help them?
There is a project where women where families are getting actually a cow to try and boost their animals.
I don't want people given anything, doctor. I don't want anybody given anything. I want access to food. Don't mention the word nutrients. Food.
I didn't say food. Why do you think people are getting a cow? So that they can get milk. They can milk it. You so that people can get for longer. Otherwise, you have to bring them every day. So these are projects
Why?
that are existing.
Why?
There are even other projects where people have been put into chicken programs where like they start chicken rearing so that they not only get the meat, but they can also get the eggs. My friend, these things are there. Just Google. They are there.
Now that
What
you
we are
know that,
trying to do is
now
come
that
up with a
Daktari,
multiple approaches to a problem.
no.
I want to make
Isn't
one point.
instead of
George.
multiple
If you allow
approaches,
me, can I make one point?
instead of multiple approaches, why not a comprehensive solution to a single problem? Food access. And that would solve all these other preliminary problems that you are trying to solve with a capsule. A comprehensive solution to all the problems. You and everybody else team together and focus on food production. That solves everything. But you don't have any appetite for that. No pun intended. Albo.
Good. Yes. Oh my goodness. This I really, really wanted to speak on this. You know, being someone who has delved and dealt with NGOs and these non-governmental organizations, charities, whatnot in my line of work, I can tell you for free. This is the biggest scam in this world right now. The biggest scam. It's rivaling our religions and our governments in just the sheer amount of human suffering they propagate, pretending that they are going to be solving those people's problems. The main reason you hear any of this nonsense from the UN to Dr. Martin here is the pipeline for making loads of money using people's suffering was opened. Say, I think it was more late 60s, early 70s. This activism world, where they position themselves as they're keeping governments in check, fighting for rights or whatnot, but really they are part of governments. If you see somebody being funded by USAID, UN, those are governments. Those are institutions being funded by governments. First of all, I forgot to Google this. I'll get the answer. But I think there are thousands of NGOs that work out of Kibra. Now, the problems of Kibra they are much smaller than the amount of money that has been raised in the name of Kibra. People live in current drive Mercedes and Discoveries on the backs of these people who are suffering. Particularly on this thing of Northeastern, solving that issue is so small. I mean, it really is. But solving the issue would mean that people like Dr. Martin lose a revenue source. They will never solve the problem. That's why you see this, we gave a cow per woman and what, like, why are you refusing to simply put up the machinery required for this food production and rearing of cattle to take place, just like everyone else in the world does? Why? Why they receive billions of dollars? It's not even in shillings. It's because it's to enrich these people like Dr. Martin, unfortunately. These mouthpieces who can't stop talking non-stop. They just run their mouths one lie after another, piling one lie after another to cover what they are really doing. You're making a lot of money. You're gaining a lot of social credit for pretending to be saving people. People like Bill Gates don't have those large philanthropic movements for nothing. They are buying allegiance from governments, from pharmaceutical companies, from media. And for you to come here, Dr. Martin, and try to hoodwink people with words of save, we are here to save this mother. No. You're not here to save them. You're here to use their plight to improve your economic status. Why are you asking for money on the behalf of those people? Did you even ever go anywhere? The people they gave the permission to do that are called MPs and MCS. Those are the people they gave permission to. They didn't give you permission to go and advocate on their behalf, where you don't even seem to understand their problems. It's because you know your efforts are not for their benefit. The one cow, which probably should have been 20, are for your photo ops, to put it up there for the ignorant masses to consume and continue to support you and your causes. Taking pictures with dirty kids, tired-looking, hungry kids, that poverty porn you guys keep peddling like the parasites you are. You guys make me sick. I've heard you speak very unajigamba. You can't be arrogant here, Dr. Martin. We speak the truth. We do not censor anything. We tell you exactly who you are to the core of your soul. You do not come here and try to tell me you're saving people your goddamn pills. You're making money. You're just like these pharmaceutical companies injecting people with poison to make. You are the same person. Trying to get people dependent on your little shoddy projects so that they keep on coming back, extending their hand. You don't want these people to fish for themselves. You don't want that. How will you live otherwise? You lazy bunch of people that have just come up. Everybody thinks he's a fucking activist. You all think you're here to... No. You're not here to save the world. What you're here to do is fleece the world. You don't produce anything. The people I hate the most. You're just full of words and proposals and videos on social media. Non-stop. Pandering. Pretending you're the savior of the world. You people are liars. I've dealt with you. Where I have to do a video that an NGO person has to tell me that I have to add their 100K on top. Because they are saving who? That's who you are. Stop being arrogant here, my friend. Calm down.
Doctor.
I think the monologue was directed at me, but there was no question. So he reserves. Everybody is entitled to his thoughts, no?
I wasn't going to ask you a question. I already know
your
who you
method
are.
of talking is just that.
I already know you are. You're not deep as you think.
I think if you
You're
know
not
who
deep
I
as you
am,
think.
I think if
You're
you know
not
who I
deep as you
am,
think. You people are
I'm an open
transparent.
book. I am an open book.
You are transparent. I'm telling you
I'm
the
very
things you do.
transparent.
You
You
guys.
can.
I can't hear George or anybody else speaking for that matter.
What I'm saying is, I'm sorry. This guy did not have anything to say when I offered him the mic right now after Aubo submitted. But the moment Aubo continued speaking, then he has the moment to continue speaking over him. A perfect Conman tactic. Suppress the truth.
George, do you want me
Let
to
me tell you, you should treat any NGO activist type the same way you treat your politician, with extreme prejudice. These people are dishonest, boss. They're using you guys to make money, and some of them to gain political power and gain social status. This is what most activists are. I know most of you like activists because of the rhetoric they give you in their videos, pandering to your feelings and your emotions about your skin color and your oppression or whatever else. You didn't know you were oppressed until this person told you you're oppressed. Leave these people alone. Leave these people alone. These people don't know anything. They're just parasites. They're here to suck the last life out of you as you try to struggle through life. They come and interrupt your decision-making process by claiming they're going to save you. They're not going to save you. They're going to make money off you. And they've been making money off you. Tuchanuke.
You know, I was
You see,
in February in Kirereshwa area, and I think that road is called Kidaruma or something. There is this Casablanca or some. There's a big club there, and you go straight on it. There is a hospital on the right side, and the biggest board is not announcing the name of the hospital. The biggest board is Gender Violence Recovery Center. And it just occurred to me when our board just said, hey, you didn't know you are oppressed until they tell you you're oppressed. These NGOs, the likes of Doctor here, have capitalized on societal issues. They have taken ownership of pregnancies. That's why I was asking him in July, how many pregnant women are they sending to the seminar? Zero. Because it's not about the women. They are using women as a product. They are using pregnancy as a product. They have infiltrated families and they have told women that they are oppressed. And now they have Gender Violence Recovery Center. And I looked at it and I'm like, this cannot be a joke. This cannot be a joke. Gender Violence Recovery Center. Just wrap your mind around that objectively.
George, can I tell you how that scam is run? Now, what happens is they come. You see, like, first of all, they come with studies. Because I remember there was a time, there was a number of studies that were saying like 70% or 60% of women in Kenya have been raped. 70% have experienced gender violence. So they call it gender violence, other than just violence, just to give it more oomph. It's a fundraising tactic. So it shows, you already pick people who are in desperate positions, who've been struggling for decades, to get things going. They already pick that vulnerable position because you never see those NGOs in the suburbs because people in the suburbs don't need them. They know them, they work with them, they're their friends because most of these activists you find that most of them are either watu walikuja Nairobi to enter this public life, whatever, or middle class and above people from Nairobi. You'll always find that. Most activists wako na hiyo background, but they'll always want to position themselves as people defenders that we came from poor backgrounds. I don't know what. They're probably speaking about their poor grandfather, trying to own their poverty, like Black Americans who want to own the suffering of their ancestors. It's the same scam.
I beg for a mic if it's possible.
Hang
Hello?
on one moment.
Yeah, okay.
Who is speaking? I can't see who is speaking.
Hopton, because I just wanted to mention something that the doctor does not understand, that he's part of a system. You see it? Because there's a system which has been created to do something, and it has many chain of commands. It's dealing with many aspects. So the moment he's propagating for that system and standing behind that system, he's killing something which he thinks he wants to protect. And if he understands that, then he'll come to the conclusion, because there's an elephant in the room, because all the money these NGOs get, everywhere they come from is tax-free. So, and it doesn't come by itself. It comes with what you call it, like it comes with rules on how to spend it, where to spend it from. When somebody has to go to a seminar to even understand how to get that money. In that place, everything is propagated. What you say, how you say it, how you sell it, what you need to understand to go and deal with the product itself, the mentality of the people you're going to sell it to. So he's going to use semantics to come and put an illusion in the mind of the people to sell the agenda. But the real agenda is a big elephant in the room that when you check it out, it's going to be a depth that we can talk for days.
But Hopton,
Thank you.
Isn't the point?
Sorry, George.
He knows exactly that.
George, I apologize. Paul George, there was a question I was trying to finish. I'd written somewhere. The answer I was giving you. They have to create a continuous supply of money by creating an instance on the ground. Exactly. For example, the what do you call the violence center, so they call that thing has to continually be funded every year. So that cohort of the UNs, USAID, blah blah, all those people, companies, which company use it as CSR, as a PR, it's PR money. So they use, so that's one avenue. So they have to create it. So every year there's the year of the girl child, the year of the short pygmy girl child, the year of the trans short pygmy girl child, American black. They have to keep it a yearly thing, and that's how the scam is run.
But to the point that this guy Hopton is trying to make, this guy is not ill-equipped. In fact, when I shifted the conversation from the American black girl, I said, let's talk about you. He was hesitant because his training has told him, be careful what you let on to the public because we cannot let out the gig. He knows exactly what he's doing. He has gone to many seminars, cross-door seminars, where they are equipped with the knowledge that it's only by successfully hoodwinking the society and the population that gig can continue. That free money can continue. As our boy is saying, you have to justify an urgent need for the continuation of this inflow of this NGO money. It's all a scam.
And George, there is this one example I wanted to give. You see, the funny part with this conversation is, we look at the example of someone like Moha here in the listeners panel. This guy was born in Mandera or Wajir, somewhere there. Never had access to this nutrient, just camel milk. And this guy just found out, okay, you want to tell me this issue of drought just started yesterday? This issue of drought in Mandera has been there for years and everything. And now this guy is even a professor. You want to tell me, what kind of lie is this? If you have to lie, at least be consistent. Because if it's the drought, it has been there in Wajir for years. In Ukambani, there has been drought. But we just found out.
Hundreds of years. Before the white man came, before anything. People lived there and they managed their challenges.
I think it's and I think Albo, you've just they have to create that problem. Not talking about FGM, they are going to talk about oppression that it does not exist. They are going to talk about the woman not getting enough space, because when you look at our doctor here, he came with that nonsense of women are not given access. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, how is the issue of nutrients really, really, really a government issue at this point? From how he was presenting it. And this problem, they have to consistently keep it as if there is any problem. Well, we know there is no problem.
You see, the thing is, even if there's a problem, what they really want is dependence. That's where they make the money. As long as you're dependent on them for your nutrients, guess what happens? They can cut them off if you don't follow a doctrine, or if you don't vote a certain way, or if you don't follow certain ideologies.
Isn't that the same thing?
Control.
American black girl, who are the people of color? Because the moment you have been sold that ideology that you are a person of color, then they can come to you and say you are marginalized and you are denied this access to this and this and that. And then they can have all these projects around that at the end of the day is not going to solve any of the problems, but federal dollars are being channeled into those areas to elevate these people of color challenges.
George, if these white supremacists are doing a terrible job, why are they allowing you to prosper in America? In fact, you are even worse, black from the motherland. This is a narrative, I'm
Person
telling
of
you.
color. That's the difference. I've never been a person of color
BIPOC.
in my life.
Unaitwa BIPOC.
If I may interject a little bit more, you see, the propaganda behind this is much bigger, people. You see, because the thing is this: when you check it, people, what is being done right now is to create an identity crisis amongst people. So that people, like, if you talk to an African, he identifies with himself, with his language, his people, his tribe, whatever. There are certain things, and there are some places. If you do not have that kind of culture, you'll have to kind of look for a different identity. And once you distort somebody's identity, then he does not even know what to do. So you can influence that identity. And people, the way the world is going, they want to influence that identity from birth. They want to influence that identity in school. They want to influence that identity at any stage. They want, because the creation of a different system is right in front of our eyes. And at the end of the day, I believe that it's Africa which can stop it as one people, that a certain kind of movement which is going to destroy the natural being of in state. Because if the African mentality will say, let's lock our borders for 1 week, I believe that the whole world will have to first stop and discuss what kind of situation are we in. Because when we see in politics, it's not even about these NGOs. The NGOs are our least problems. If you go higher to the governments on the G3, G5, whatever, until the G20, there's no black nation in that really representing any need for any one of us. So our solutions must come just from within us, as with our own mentality. And it brings to that, as I said, that person of color, whatever we try to call or whatever, what semantics we use to describe one people, it's that what destroys that one people. That's just my take on that, whatever is happening with the doctor there.
And to remind everybody, the doctor came here because he was so mad at the way I was treating Sheena. And he came to rescue her and to put me in my place of being a bully. And the South African guy, Tato, was in the comment section saying, I am a bully that does not allow or agree with any other, point of view. And those are the same words that were echoed by the not New Zealand, the Australian guy, Makena Muita. But we have demonstrated we can see through people even before we spend a whole hour putting them apart. Every doctor.
But George, let me ask you a question. Because, well, I do understand why it's come up. Why are people tolerating this language that he's a bully, he's toxic? Like, why does that matter? Are we dealing with children here?
But I have said before.
No, I'm assuming those things hold true. There's toxicity, there's what? Why do they matter?
Because that's the society they live in now. They have been equipped
a society
to cry victim. Everybody goes real because the society has deserted real. So we have to baby everybody now. We have to be careful not to hurt anybody's feelings. So
the word I am offended has become like something a grown-up tells me and expects that's the end of a conversation. I think the infantilization masses is working so well. I thought that when the internet came along and there is information you can access and counter check and do whatnot, I thought people would get better at these mind games, but it gets worse.
You know, I have said before on this space, I don't have a problem being called a bully, as this new word that came up today. I don't have a problem being called a chauvinist or a woman hater or misogynist, as long as if you look up that word, it brings you only to me. That's how much I want to own it. If you look up misogynist, it just say that is a Kenyan guy named George NGA, born in Kenya, currently living in the USA. I want to own it so much that nobody else can use it. Then we move on from it.
And what I hate about this is that it's used as threats.
Yes,
You know, to your survival.
to almost your survival.
Yeah, like it's as if it's a threat to your very survival. They use it like a threat to your very survival.
That's the premise of the cancel culture.
Yeah, like, do you really think that I'm going to capitulate because you use mean words towards me? I've never understood that. I understand it when you're in school or in adolescence and younger. I get it, but when words become such weak weapons, you know, the weak weapons that are getting such astronomical results, it's actually shocking me. I get why it's happening, but it's shocking me how much.
This is the generation that we are dealing with, and and I was talking to Andrew the other day, and I said the problem with the current internet, as you have just pointed out, is because things that were not possible before the internet, where, you know, women were not invited in the same spaces where men were talking, you know, children like this Eric, you know, spacing out guy, would not have been invited in spaces where men were talking. Now all the people are talking in the same pool, and everybody is demanding to be heard and validated, and no matter how crazy your point of view is, you know, you cannot disagree with them, otherwise you are a bully. You have this drug-ridden black nigger girl from America coming with all her former and past damage, and we are supposed to be very careful around her and accommodate all her madness without pointing out at the madness.
I'm telling you.
Come on.
And you see, the word, so as far as I'm concerned, I think there is a deliberate blunting of the population. Like you create a population of people whose primary preoccupation is whining. You know, like if you go to America, for example, I remember one of my neighbors in Kisii is built a bigger school. You know what the guy was doing in the US for 15 years? He was working at McDonald's, Tesco, and he was a watchman. Eventually, because he's not very educated in terms of formally, but very smart man, he has one of the bigger hardwares in Kisii town. He's several transport vehicles. Like he told me, I just sacrificed 15 years of my life so that I never have to work again, so that I do what I want. You know, that's somebody who's not gone to school but gets it. But you'll get a black American complaining that they have to do one job half a day. And they still say, no, you can't accumulate $15 per hour until you make something. Call me arrogant, but I can. You can't accumulate 2 jobs a day. You can't do 2 jobs a day and so that you invest and save, and then you can't do the basics. Like all these things seem so profound now, and they're basics. It's because the population, well, they have more. seem to be capable of less every time, and there's kind of a readjustment to that. Instead of pushing meritocracy, instead of pushing hard work, instead of pushing responsibility, there is now, these ridiculous sentiments like my truth, so that you can pile up all your garbage, put it out there, and then you want people to clap for you. Unfortunately, there's so many seals online, so you see a lot clapping, So it gets. I think that's why the reason I like you personally is that because we share that in common, that we are going the exact opposite. That no. Call me what you want. In fact, I take that shit. That's what I eat for breakfast. And I think that's essential. Like these places like this where we don't take shit from anyone, where we are not being blackmailed. Because their fear is that we'll form a big enough group for you to survive off. So you don't need them. That's already happened. While they were shouting, calling people misogynist, there are people who've become millionaires on YouTube just talking about this shit. So many channels came up in the last 3 years. They can't control the narrative anymore. So the next thing is to try and demonize, they've already laid groundwork with all these baby mama raised punk asses just going around. They don't want to work hard. They just want to fleece people. That's the outcome. Because your dad wouldn't give you everything you wanted. Some shit you have to work for. You want this? Okay, you have to be number 1 or 2. You want this? You have to go and give those cows the water for the next 2 weeks. They don't do that anymore. Boy, lazima apewe kale ka chocolate kenya na lilia, causing a tantrum in the supermarket. Like we all have to now experience your bad parenting in public, and we have to tolerate it. Nimekataa.
And you see, when you look at the Jumbotron, I've shared the link to where that organization, when you look at the people who fund that organization, you are going to see foundation. So I mean, it's all out there, and he lied about that. He said they have no any association with Bill Gates and everything, but we can clearly see it's out there. It's an information that is out there. I've shared the screenshot of that shows that the organization is funded by likes of Bill Gates. So, I mean, if you want to be a salesperson, just come here and you say, okay, my name is Mkenya Daima, I've authored a book, I sell Kinembe Chronicles, you can get a copy in the DM. So it's very simple. Say, my name is Dr. This, we sell these nutrients and all, but not trying to create a problem that is not there. I think it's dishonesty. That is being disingenuous anyway. So it's very simple. And when you are caught with the bullshit, now you start defending the bullshit. That's weird with the current world anyway.
I wanted to go back to what Albert was saying before we continue with the doctor. You see, I think we can agree to disagree that the brothers in the diaspora, the American brothers, in the Caribbean, they have brought up in a very different situation because there are systems there which have put them there in the spot in which they are in. For example, if you understand that somebody, let's say that we take the narrative that that the brothers were taken as slaves from Africa, and imagine your own daughter or your own son being taken away from you and then losing the language, whatever language you speak, whatever language you speak, losing that language and you losing the tradition you uphold right now as dear. What does this mentality have to do to survive through that time to be able to achieve what it is achieving today? So the system will create a division between all of us, black people, to make us feel like we are different. There's no difference. The only difference between people is in the genes, in the DNA, and in the understanding that. So when we pinpoint things, the brothers or the children of our own brothers will think that we don't want them. And they will start bringing out a culture of their own instead of us giving them a part of our tradition, which if we are following the narrative, because some of the brothers say they have been there all the while. So there's no difference. That means it just means black man has been stepping all over the planet from day one.
But
whatever we
let me,
argue about will become illogical if we are not together.
let me ask you one question.
But seriously, Hopton.
I'm not defending nothing. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying the color of our skin is just as as just as varied. The tones are just as varied as anything. But there's not once that anyone, it's only like recently in the last couple of decades that people want to unify everybody with a little melanin, like we all think alike, like we all like the same things, like we all must follow certain doctrines. We are as different as there are insects in this world, my friend. The color of your skin is the most useless thing that you can use to try and gauge who to engage with. I don't use it. People can continue talking about their blackness all they want. For me, it's useless. Doesn't define me. It doesn't have an effect on my character. Doesn't determine whether I get to do something or not do something.
And
no.
But something about to what this Hopton guy was saying. Hopton, are you familiar with the Middle East?
Yeah, of course I am.
Who are the people building Dubai and all these other cities?
Mostly is African people and the Chinese man. Them who are doing the everything, things which are happening. I mean, the money is coming from somewhere, because you always have to check the money aspect of everything.
So
the money is from Middle East. Don't forget that.
The help is coming from elsewhere. The architectures are Americans and the Chinese, and the labor is from Philippines and Bangladeshi and Uganda and Kenya and Zimbabwe and all these other places, right?
Exactly.
And who built the Nairobi, Mombasa, Nairobi, Kisumu Railway?
I think, was it not the Chinese and the Kenyans who did that?
No, the original one in 1980s.
The Indians and the Kenyans.
So the British brought the Indians to do it.
Yeah, somehow, yeah. I believe so, if history is right, yes.
The Arabs are going all over the world looking for appropriate labor to build their cities in the desert. The British went looking, I want us to agree or disagree, on a relevant labor force from India to build the railway. Right?
Yeah.
So why is it so easy to buy the narrative that the Americans went to Africa looking for slaves and not relevant labor, qualified people to work in the farms?
Because the slaves were never paid. The people were never paid for years. You worked Sunday to Sunday and you're never paid. Everybody else is paid.
How do you know? Who is everybody else is paid?
Who is not getting his money in this situation in Dubai?
Who is everybody else is paid? Who is that person?
But, okay, in what example then are we talking about? If we talk about Dubai, then who's going there to work for free? Do you know a Kenyan who's gone to Dubai to work for free?
Dubai, people get paid.
Yeah, of course. So now, if we go back to slavery days, then the history says that some people were working from Sunday to Sunday doing something.
So how about?
But you see that's
and there was no pay.
There are other records that show that people worked Monday to Friday.
We are talking now in modern times. If you go back 400, 500 years, is a different situation.
That same time. But you see, the thing is this: without having to defend anything or whatnot, these are some of the facts that you might have to contend with. First of all, when you buy a slave at that time to work in your fields, your aim is not to work them to the bone. In 6 months, they are dead. So even if you look at because it was very restrictive labor, very, very restrictive. But the thing was, at that time, because we like to place ourselves morally superior, because We didn't live at the time. It's now in retrospect. At that time, you couldn't compete with anyone if you didn't have the very subsidized labor, because it is not true that they were not totally paid. They were paid what we'd consider, say, 10 cents to the dollar or something like that, as they were supposed to be paid. It's not fair. It's not what. There are others that were, there are many assholes, but in a world where from China to Japan to the Middle East to America to the UK, everybody had their slaves, in Europe included. So the preposition that this is one thing that has held black people back, it's for me, it's because the narrative has to be so strong. It has to be maintained because there are people who want you to concentrate on something you didn't experience, lived through, or obviously has not affected you. That's just a fact. It's not like I've heard that narrative, but the narrative is shut down the moment people ask questions. The thing is, I'd prefer if you tell any black American right now to move all their lives to Africa, they'll show you the middle finger. Despite the narrative they give you about pro-black, this, Africa, motherland, they will not come here because they know it's worse here than where they are right now. So there is a lot to think about other than just being an emotional person who wants to be right or look moral. Morality, the life that we live now is a charmed life. Even people who live in Kibera lived a charmed life if you just compared it to 200 years ago. People don't get it. It is. You can't continue to try and own the suffering of the people in the past. There are people who are wiped out, entire kingdoms wiped out by plagues. You don't cry for them. Shit happens, man. I don't know what's the point is.
You see, when we talk about this,
in our own generation, hang on. In our own generation, you don't find anybody clinging on to the suffering of our own people on the struggle for independence. Everybody moved on and assimilated and are contributing to their own systems of economy. There is no victim anywhere saying, I cannot get a job, I cannot go this place, I cannot go to school because my grandfather was a slave. My grandfather was a Mau Mau.
I understand that, George. Yeah?
And these 450 years ago, 450 years ago is the reason why what?
Well, you see, if that is a question, it's something which cannot be generalized as an answer and say, okay, this is where the problem was, and we can only see the course of what history has done. You see, and the thing is, there is no system which is going to stop any Kenyan child from going to school, from going to be whatever he wants to be. There's no system. There's no system. Those are decisions, but there's no system in place to stop no Kenyan child to go to school. You understand? And in other places, even if you say in Nairobi, the child has got a means and ways to get to school bus and everything, and the next child has to walk 10 kilometers to go and do something. There's a big difference in the mental state of these two children. So that must be understandable. That must be understandable.
Listen, and you see, this is that narrative I need you to get out of, because I think you've swallowed this Kool-Aid for too long. The kid who has to walk 10 kilometers, that is your next leader, who's tested hardship, who's overcome, not the boy who can't take no for an answer and has to throw a tantrum. This kind of things as what build character. I don't know who got you guys into this mentality that when you get it rough, that destroys you.
No. Now
builds.
that's a misconcept. Excuse me if I interject. Excuse me so much.
Yeah, but
Right?
you
Because
just use the two kids. You use the two kids. You use the two kids.
Exactly. If that is your mental state of understanding, to put it in that to put it in that picture, then what has the next brother's child gone through slavery to become and be who he is right now? Because you're taking the example of me saying the difference, the mental state of because the child who you see, because you seeing the problem of the child who's going to school 10 kilometers away, but you forget that the comfort of the child who's in Nairobi may make him excel more. It does not mean that the child at the village will not make it. It means that there's some comforts which this other next child has, which the next child also has, but there's also some problems which the next child has, which the one living in the city doesn't have. It's not comparison. They're the same. If we give them the same opportunity and give them the sense that they have the same opportunity, it's not about new.
Hope. You can't give people the same opportunity. You can't. People are not made the same. You are not born with the same community. You are not born with the same parents. You are not born with the same history. You are not born with the same capacity. You don't have the same IQ. You don't have the same physical abilities. You're not good looking the same. Like why do you behave like that's not how it works, boy?
I'm trying to make
that's
sense.
That's not how it works. That's idealistic. That is
look at this. Is a race idealistic?
No, listen to me. Listen to me. That idealistic thing doesn't work. That's activist language. That's what people use. No, that's what people use. Just let me finish. That's what people use to emotionally manipulate people.
No, I'm trying to make people strong.
No, just wait. Why do you keep interjecting? Let me finish, then you can talk. That is I'm just telling you what I'm picking from it and what I know it to be. You like to use this manipulative language that, this person is oppressed, that other person is oppressed. Why don't they have the same toy as the other person? Why don't they live in the same neighborhood? Why don't they drink the same water? It doesn't work like that. It's never worked like that in the history of humanity. Some people have had it rough, even purely based on geography. Based on where you were born. You don't choose where you were born. How can you you can't standardize that shit. So what are you going on about?
You're talking about equality. It's not equality. Has nothing. Equality has nothing to do with what you are talking about. The
what
standard
is equality?
Look. Is a race equal? When people start, if you put people are put at the same, everybody is given the same opportunity to start at the same line of the race, right? And everybody, you are standing at the same line. I'm standing on the same line, and the gunshot runs, and you have to run. So, what will make you win? What will make me win? And we started at the same. It's not. We have been given the same opportunity.
There are many factors.
This is the opportunity.
Okay, what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that there are people who have opportunities, and what you make out of your opportunity is what you do, is your strength. It's not about an equality matter that now we have to have the equal strength like you. No, you have to have the same opportunity, and that is what black people are fighting about on this planet. It's not about being left, right, and what. We have to agree on one matter.
But opportunity.
No, that's and you see, that's what I'm telling you. Your premise is wrong. Your premise is wrong. The fact that you already talking about black people, who are we are not we don't live under the same conditions. Every black person in this world.
But what am I saying? We don't live under
the you need to shut up now. People in the world live under different conditions everywhere in the world. Even in the poorest conditions, there are people who are doing good in those poor conditions. So trying to standardize us as black people we are trying to fight for. Who is these black people we are trying to fight for? That is just that bullshit talk we've just been fire burning here. That's the activist talk, we are fighting for nothing. What you're doing is trying to assume a position of an activist and a victim. so that other people see you, or at least look at my history, but I didn't start so well. While I have known that adversity creates diamonds, creates hard workers, creates fucking strong people, much more than living in a lavish lifestyle. It does that. And everybody who knows what does that to their character will tell you that. But most of you people have been raised on, oh boy, Aki, you silly bullshit. You guys are weak. That's why you're feeling so much. Oh, the black people fight. You're not fighting for shit, man. You are waking up, consuming, and going back to sleep. The life has never been better. Calm the fuck down.
Can I speak? So, you see...
Obston, no, just a minute. No, you can't just go.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just wanted to...
No, you will want what you want later. So, and you see, the funny part with this conversation is you will keep on going back as long as you have that noise in your mind, because like that noise will keep on. It doesn't allow you to move forward. When you make one step, you leave behind with another 3 steps with the nonsense of black people. There'll never be a equality of outcome.
Or even equal access to opportunities. It will never happen. There are just too many variables, including biology. Do you know, like, the biggest determinant of success in this world is IQ? Does anybody know that? No, you don't. Because you think, no, the biggest determinant of success in the world is IQ. How smart the fuck are you? Next is the effort. There's nothing else. Everybody has problems, including rich people. That's why rich kids get to spend all their people's money in one generation. They've run through it all because they didn't build it. They don't get it. They didn't suffer the process of building it to learn the lessons.
And also the other aspect where this guy is missing is, it's like assuming just because someone grows up in the village, for some reason now they are poor and everything. So your measure of success is these buildings in it. I mean, there are so many. It's a multivariate analysis. Honestly, it's not a univariate analysis of how you are putting things. So I think it would be better if we let other people like Nyakundi and Sakari, who have been raising their hands for the longest time. So Nyakundi, are you there jumping?
Oh yeah, so hello guys. I'm enjoying the conversation. So I would wish to give my point of view on the same. You guys know about the history of the Jews. That community has been one of the most, would say, tormented community throughout the generations. But ironically, they are some of the top richest guys according to Forbes. So I would agree with, I don't know who was speaking, I don't know if it's Albert, that we as, in quotes, maybe black or African people, we should have stopped complaining and go to work. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, that is Nyakundi kama jina kama baba yangu. That is the right attitude. No one. There is a lot of adversity people have faced in the past that if we were put there, we would not survive. But they overcame and built. Now we stand on their shoulders, whining and bitching at everything. It makes me sick. I can't lie to you.
I actually like saying that I'm stoic. I mean, I just use any obstacle, any challenge to push myself further. And because I got to achieve what I want, I got to live the life I've always wanted. As simple as that.
And you know it will be hard, right? You know it's not a smooth sailing.
Sure.
Yeah, so like I don't understand why people expect people to carry their burdens. There is pain before you can enjoy. As in, I hope people get that like immediately. There is pain before you can enjoy. Whatever shortcut you take, you'll have to pay the price for the full journey. It doesn't matter what you do. That's life. And that's why people can't live with it, because there's no going around it. That's why we are bitter. Like sometimes some asshole is born into a rich family, just fucking over the family money, the wealth. You are bitter that you can have the women and pay for them and travel. Now, instead of being bitter, seeing how it's destroying the family wealth and legacy, why are you not building yours? Why do you want to be equalized to this asshole who doesn't appreciate what they have? You know? I mean, the attitude that we have in this continent, I'm sorry, this country, my village, it is just why we cannot overcome. I'm sorry, but that's why. Because there's always someone else to blame, including history, which you are not part of, in which you can't change. I don't know why. That is such a strong, it's so attractive to people. Like, you've been raised like that. I hope people get out of it, because unfortunately the world doesn't give a fuck. Zuckerberg will screw you over. Elon Musk will make his money off you, whether you like it or not. You can cry about it. He'll continue to build.
If I may speak, so that I just live in peace, The thing is that I do not...
Hold on. One second.
Okay. Say.
Yeah, let's hear some new voices. And I know Ken Chep has been here and Eric Omondi. Do you guys have anything to say? Because I'm trying to close this up as soon as possible. Eric Omondi, Ken Chep, are you guys here? I guess not. So let's kick them out. Kay Santino, jump in here.
Hey guys, it's been a very interesting conversation from Shima to the doctor. That's what the space has been about today. A weird thing. And I have to say one comment about the doctor. He seemed, if he didn't have that accent, I would have thought he was Black American, the way he was dancing around questions. I don't know. The very thing I kind of noticed about that observation from several spaces, I think a lot of Black Americans cannot answer closed-end questions. You ask them a question and suddenly everything is an open-ended question. You're just elaborating and not answering anything. And I wanted only a slow clap for the woman for not bringing up slavery. She did not bring it up. I was impressed. I think they had a don't talk about slavery rehab or something. But yeah, I did like what Albert said real quick. Yeah, she didn't talk about slavery. I was impressed. We've been oppressed. I didn't hear about that. But the thing that I liked about Albert had a very strong point about how the doctor had it wrong, that this pharmaceutical companies is a business. God damn, it's a business. Proof about it is, if you go to countries like Singapore, they're not buying pharmaceuticals. It's even illegal to carry it there. They've quickly learned it's a business. And also I was even wondering how how does someone who has been a doctor, has put his nose in the book for so many years, cannot see that he's a puppet marketing other people's products? That's what I was kind of surprised. And I was trying to listen. Maybe does he not see it? But I think he generally cannot see that he's marketing the products, or maybe refuse to get the point. Also, I wanted to also mention that the whole color thing is a controversial thing, but I think it doesn't even matter. But the only reason why I use it is, for some reason, it's been being being black. I don't like saying even people of color. It doesn't make sense. You're black. Why is it black? The brown, red bone. We're just black. End of story. But the way I see it is, being black has been negative for so many years. Even though they're dancing with our culture, dancing everything, but black, I think black should be used in a positive way to try and bleach out, metaphorically bleach out all this negativity that's been said for several years. But yeah, it's been a very interesting show, and I enjoyed it. And thank you, George, for handling that with great patience. I was impressed. And in both cases, I would try to figure out which was worse, the Shannon or the other guy. I don't know. It was very confusing. But anyway, awesome show. I don't want to take too much more time. Back to you guys.
I was trying to figure out what you were saying when you said they took our culture. What do you mean by that?
Did you ever notice Elvis? Elvis, the way he was singing, everybody was clapping for him. Oh, he's the king of rock and roll. Elvis, back in the day, he stole a lot of the culture from from several African American singers as jazz. Even there's a new thing that I was hearing. I don't know if you heard about it. You're familiar with a very popular white show, Friends?
Yeah.
They're saying it was the storyline. What I'm still trying to figure out how accurate it is, was taken from In Living Color. Not In Living Color.
But isn't that the same? Isn't that what we do with everything? I mean, nobody has like a real original idea ever.
But okay. Let's bring it back to Kenya. Like, think about M-Pesa. Who was the person who created M-Pesa?
Vodafone.
And there's a student. You heard about that student?
He was an employee of Safaricom.
Oh.
Yeah.
But if you go on Google, it shows some white guy or something.
Yeah, but he was an employee. So whether he came up with the idea in house or out of the house, it belongs to the company. Not one person owns the idea. How can you own an idea yet you work for the company? Are you crazy?
No, but
so are you seeing how easy it is for you to?
Although he was paid some money. He was paid for some money. Although the idea is original, actually from Brazil, they tried it in Brazil and it failed.
So it doesn't even matter as long as you keep looking for a system to oppress you. You'll always find it, because now even you, Santino, is looking for a way to lose.
My point, I get what you're
to show how the black man is losing. But the black man has been super successful when he puts his mind to it. Why aren't you looking at that?
No, what I wanted to point out, maybe you're right. I did go in a different direction. Like the old story, if you're familiar with Superman. Superman was created by two people, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. When these people first created Superman, they got paid peanuts. Later on, when it became big, they retook the Detective Comics, which is now DC Comics, to court for years and years to try and get the rights back. So for me, yeah, I guess it does sound like I'm talking about.
But why do you say they were paid peanuts? They were paid what they were worth. At that time, when they asked, they said they were asked, "What do you want for this?" They said, "This is what we want." Yeah, they were asked, "What do you want?" They said, "This is what we want." Now I go and make this thing a monster of a franchise and come back, and then you come back and sue me because when I asked you, you gave me a figure, and now suddenly you've had a change of heart. What kind of spineless individuals have we become, bro? You can't stick by what you said. I sold this thing when it was nothing. You guys went and made it something. Why would I want to come back and ask you for more money? That is spineless, bro.
And to give him also an example of Sylvester Stallone with Rocky, when he said when he presented the script to the producers, they offered him some amount and he said no. He said no. He could have taken it. It was a lot of money for him at that time. He said he had never seen money like that before, but he wanted to be part of that franchise. And he had to really pull himself back and say, no, I'm not going to take this money. If I'm not in this production, then it's not going to happen.
If I may interrupt, I think Kiba is right. Unless those guys are coerced to accept...
Nyakundi, mute your mic. You just don't interrupt here. Just mute your mic. If you have something to say, put up your hand. Sakari, what are you saying as you had interrupted?
So even those guys, they had a choice. They could have said, no, I think this is too little. But probably to them, that is what they asked for. So they cannot coming back again to sue the company is in itself dishonest because they had a choice. So even with the same thing would have happened with Stallone. If he had given his script to those guys and it blew up the way it did, he wouldn't have come back again and started complaining. So Santino, it's a choice that someone makes. You cannot now say that it was an idea that was stolen.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I just got your point right there, and I just realized where it was going towards oppression. And I think the other guy, Kibe, I think he cannot hear the other guy. That's what happened. The way he spoke directly over. That's what I think happened.
Yeah, because if you look for victimhood, you'll find it everywhere. And now that's all you'll ever see. You'll keep seeing it. So even where you're working, you look out for the victimhood instead of the opportunity. Because adversities are everywhere. Man, we encounter problems there's a problem everywhere. It's up to us to come up with a solution, and that's why you get paid the big bucks. The better you are at solving problems, the more valuable you are. Because there's nothing else that is in this world but problems that need to be solved. But now, us guys, when we see the problems, you see, oh man, that is a hurdle. No. You're seeing the wrong thing. Gentlemen, yeah?
The issue these guys raising about M-Pesa guy, and Sylvester Stallone, it reminded me of the story you gave behind the catchphrase 60-40. These people were paid what they asked for. They were paid what they were worth. And I think at the time you are telling us the story about the 60-40 guy is because he could exchange $20 for a mango or something.
You're talking about Gitonga. Yeah, the guy, he was not all together.
He could exchange paper money
for a coin, a very shiny coin. So he would give you 200 for 5 bob.
There you go. So the M-Pesa guy, he was the 60-40 guy. So now come out to realize, the paper money was more expensive, was more valuable than the coin. That's not Safaricom's problem. If you think you have something valuable, then you go attach yourself with the right people and negotiate to be bought into the system. The people who joined Facebook early on, they were not paid money. They were paid in shares. We all know those stories. And they ended up owning millions of money when this thing went public. So we have somebody called Kano. I hope they are not Nigerian. Kano Dare, United States Marine Corps in Delaware.
Thank you. I get invited in spaces, and there's a time difference. Matter of fact, I just woke up about 5 minutes. Thank you for inviting me.
Are you practicing your politician speech?
I don't have any politician speech, but I do hope that, the things that I do table, address, that affect people on a day-to-day basis, actually on an hourly basis, so to speak, that might, resonate with the people who might need for me to represent their issues and see how within the Constitution, how that can be beneficial to them.
All right. So what problem are you solving for mankind?
The problem with mankind, if you talk about mankind, if we go to Darwinian age and
That's
even beyond.
Not the question. Why are you here now?
Why am I here now? I'm here now because I like something that's different. I don't like something that's, the same. I believe that even the reason why I'm in America is because, America is different. By ethnicity, I'm Luo, but I'm down in Kisumu. By definition, I'm supposed to be eating Omena, but I eat Githeri. So I do something that's
did you
different.
Say what Omena? Did you say Omena?
Yeah, it's a little fish. It's a very small fish. Actually, it's a sardine. But Omena and it's really very nutritious, very delicious. If you've never had it, make sure somebody can make omena for you who knows what they're doing. Because if you eat omena for the very first time and you've never had it before, you're going to end up hating omena. But it's a very, very delicious feast.
I would have guessed you are Dinka from South Sudan. I don't know why that's where I went. You are Luo from Luo Nyanza?
My name Ken Dea. My grandfather gave me the name Ken Dea. If you're in Kenya, then you should know where Kano is. It's a very big place. When I was a little kid, I was obese. I was a fat kid.
Was that from eating omena?
Actually, I ate omena and I ate everything. And that's why I got big. I got fat. I was obese. So I was a big kid. And my grandfather liked that, the fact that I was a big kid. And he gave me the name Keno. And Keno, there's a place in Kisumu that's called Keno. And it's like Keno Plains, and it's a big expanse, very, very large place. So I guess it's kind of interesting in a way because I have a big heart. There's also a place in Nigeria.
Mr. Kano, why are we here? Why are we talking right now? What's going on? What is your contribution?
I just woke up. I just woke up about 6 minutes. I just woke up 6 minutes back. I think I had my phone on in this space for some time, but I just woke up 6 minutes back. So you tell me what we're talking about, and if my contribution
George,
can be beneficial.
Georgie, I think George today you've taken Red Bull. That's why you have so much energy to deal with these guys.
I don't drink Red Bull.
Man, look at that.
I don't drink energy.
Where did you get the energy to drink with Mr. Omena
here? There has to be some energy in the universe that directed, and Miriam, you can laugh all you want, that directed all these broad spectrum people today. Open mic. We need to change this name,
bro. It doesn't make sense, man.
I haven't seen anything like this from the time I began. What was it? Close to midnight.
Well, you guys, you just stopped me from learning.
Wait a minute. Hey, George. Now I do remember. Before I fell asleep. It was a girl.
Do you have a recipe for omena? Me, that's what I want. A recipe for omena.
Wait a minute.
No, can you hook me up with a recipe for omena?
Keno. You're sitting on a higher chair than I'm sitting on. So you gotta listen to what I gotta say. Because I'm not gonna sit on a small chair. You're sitting on a higher chair, and you wanna don't knock me upside my head.
Hang on. Don't get distracted. You were saying, now you just remembered, you left your phone on with the request on, and before you fell asleep, there was a girl speaking. Go.
Yes, there was a girl speaking, and I think she mentioned that she was somewhere. I don't know, it's an island or somewhere. And I think she do got a. Oh God! Somebody calling me. They're gonna have to wait. I'm gonna have to decline this call.
Maybe it's the guy who's delivering the omena.
No, wait. So I felt really bad for the poor girl that who came into this space. And George, you were punching her like you were Mike Tyson punching a little girl, man.
So now the same thing I told the doctor. It's your chance to get punched. So forget about the girl and stop feeling sorry for them. Save that for yourself, because this is your moment now.
I feel like you're about to punch me.
But you are Marine Corps, bro. You are American trained assassin.
Okay, so when it comes to issues, and someone asked me,
And to clear up
what
it
what what are you gonna do for
in
people?
in Keno, Prince. So this is that time I'm asking you, why are you here?
Because I mean, I happen to turn on the phone, and my phone end up in this space. That's why.
What do you want us to know about your present or your future ambitions of being a U.S. Senator? Which one do you want to talk about?
Okay, so people need to be heard. That's paramount when it comes to me, and it doesn't have to deal with the constitution. Whether I'm in Kenya, and I'm coming to Kenya pretty soon, and whether I'm here in Delaware, people need to be heard, and the way people need to be heard. Sometimes
So hang
the
on 1
government.
second. So when you're saying heard, are you saying HEARD or are you saying HARD? Which one? Like they need to be tough or they need to be listened to? Which one?
What I mean is, hear me. The people saying, hear me.
But why would you come with
so
that?
now,
Why would you come with that point of entitlement that we owe you a hearing? Isn't that your place to squeeze
just like
yourself to be heard without trying
JFK.
to level the canopy plane for you to be heard?
Look, you're sitting in a high chair, and you will not let me finish. You will not let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay,
and it's almost as though.
All right, hang on 1 second. When I unmute you, go straight to people need to be heard. Just forget about everything else. Just go straight there. Ignore the noise. People need to be heard. Go there. Unmute yourself. Mr. Kano. The unmute button is on the bottom left of your phone. There you
go.
No,
I already did, but you're not doing what you're supposed to do from your end. Now, listen to me. When people are expressing themselves, not unless maybe they bring confusion and they're being careless with their speech, I need for you not to interrupt them when they're speaking.
Speak about yourself. Don't be a social justice warrior for anybody. Why are you here? Just that.
I don't need to be here, and I don't need to answer anything that's tailored the way you want me to answer it.
So answer
because you keep muting me, and you keep stepping in front of me.
So
you want me to answer? You want me to answer? Like right now, you're still speaking, and you're still speaking, and I'm speaking. So what's your problem?
Okay, sir. What did you have to say today? This is the 5th time I'm asking you that question.
All right. Have a good day, sir. Have a good day.
What did you have to say today?
Hey, come back. Where's my Omena recipe?
No,
Start
it's
that
not
shit.
Omena, bro. It's Omena.
My Omena recipe, man.
You see,
what's up with that, man? I thought you were my brother, man.
Whatever.
Where has he left? I want my Omena recipe, man.
Whatever everybody wants to call bullying, this is the resort that I have to go ahead of the train and stop the nonsense. The guy said he left the phone on when there was a girl that I was very mean to speaking. He fell asleep. He woke up and the request had been asked and he found himself here 5 times. What did you want to say? Zip. And I'm supposed to accommodate that nonsense? I want from today on, when you Google the name bully, it shows my black face. We are raising a society that is so entitled. This guy.
Listen to me. No, you're on top of me. Are you on top of me?
No, high chair.
What was going on there?
I think the military left him behind or something.
That guy cannot be in the military. If he's in the military, China is smiling. Oh my goodness.
You know, there's one quick interesting thing I saw. You know, doctor, you could say, George, you're stop bullying her. She's my future green card. Don't bully her. But what is this guy? What did he gain? I didn't understand that.
All right, let's go to Zinema. Oh, Zinemax.
Yeah, thanks for this opportunity, George, and the rest in Kibe. Yeah, but I've come to realize that we people in this world, everybody is becoming weak, and the warrior inside people is really growing. Like I love Chris Rock, his jokes and everything, but he always speaks the truth. Like the day, like I watched his show, some back, and he said, without bullying, you can never be prepared for anything. In school, if you are not being bullied, you are not prepared for the outside world. Even the people you live inside the house, they don't give a damn about you. So you have to be bullied, so you to be shaped up, to prepare for anything. When somebody is bullying you, you have to return the bullshit to him. So if fuck you, brother. Yeah, but you have to open up and never give a damn about anybody.
So to recap, the people who fought the doctor are Kick, Humanitarian Site, and Live Vitamin Angels Children Investment Fund, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Eleanor Crook Foundation, Emergency Nutrition Network, Ellen Taylor International, ESM, DMMB, Align MNH, UNICEF, and World Health Organization. But I am the bully. I'm trying to bring somebody here, and then I'll get out of Kibe's hair. Omodi, when you get the mic, and the Gibragat. Omodi, Kibragat, in Koholic. Anytime today.
Am I audible enough?
Who is speaking now?
In colic.
Go ahead.
Okay, my submission was this doctor who came to defend Sheena. Before he jumped to defend the lady, I don't know if she did a little background check even on her character. The way that lady just interrupts, she doesn't even wait for her turn to talk, and she's out there talking even when it's not her time to talk. But when she's told no, it's not your time to talk, and no, she's being defended, being unfair, something like that. Yeah, that's all I had to say.
But we are a mixed group of people here, and we have Fiatuka people like the black American girl, and then we have the conman like the doctor, and we have the crazy Marine Corps in Delaware wanting to be a senator, who grew up eating Omena in Kano Plains and Chabe and Grandma Lafdi. I mean, all this craziness in one space. In one space. And when I don't take their shape, then I am the bully because I'm not conforming to their craziness. When I stand firm to what I believe in and what I believe is true, when I challenge the conmanship of the doctor, where everybody came back and Mkenya pinned that he belonged exactly where I had positioned him. He's a conman. But because we have this society that we are growing up in now, like the Omena guy have said, everybody needs to be heard. Everybody have their own truth. We have to be sensitive to people's emotion. You never know what these people are going through. You might push them off the cliff. Bro, if I could know where to push, I would be waking up pushing people off the cliff every day.
Lakini bosi Wajaluo watatumaliza. I can't get over how he was pronouncing that.
The Omena guy from Kenya.
Yeah, it actually, it feels like he was trolling. I hope he wasn't serious, man, because that's some weird shit. Oh my goodness.
No, he is claiming his Kenyanism the same way Eric in California was trying to claim his Kenyanism. That's all he was doing. But it's Open Mic Friday and all the Fiats were invited. And we were supposed
People need too much affirmation, I'm telling you. Hey. Mzee amenimaliza. And you see, he was seriously explaining to me, a Kenyan, what Omena is. You see, that's what killed me. Like, he's seriously explaining, no, they're just like, you're the sardines, they're like... The lack of self-awareness is what gets me the most. Well,
all right, Andrew, I think I have done enough damage. I'm done here after Mzee Ratili.
Hey, we've had a roller coaster today. Man, we were just trying. I'll take you back to. We were just having a cordial conversation with Sakari and trying to sanitize Eric. And then Sheena comes in and interrupts us and takes over everything. And that's the thing that I want guys to understand, that people who come with agendas and stuff, they don't care. And then they come and play victim. Mhm. They didn't give us their chance to speak. And then they come and talk about things that we were not even talking about. Like what was mental health all about? When we were trying to correct Eric and trying to tell him, hey, get yourself together, speak out your words, be coherent, and we have a cordial conversation. She comes in, talks about mental health, as if correcting the guy was insinuating that he has mental problems. When we try to point out that a 43-year-old doesn't see the sense of people, doesn't see the sense of an 18-year-old going out and facing the world and getting new mentors, learning new things. And then we want to term that as bullying and insinuating that this guy has mental issues. There was no mental health problems there. Then this doctor comes, tries to defend her, and comes with an agenda as well about supplements and shit. What was that about? And then he talks with a PhD in the field where he is supposed to be the most enlightened. And when George speaks, when Albo came in, we got more value about the topic when they were speaking more than when the doctor was speaking. Anyway, nice show ya Mafyatt. Mafyatt Friday. The name should be changed to Fiat Friday. That's all.
Oh man, you guys today. That was so interesting. Fiat Friday, man. You guys have been. It has been so different. I never thought that either us guys are the ones who are on the wrong and they can see better than us, or there's something very wrong with them. Bro, there's no story that started and ended where it's supposed to. It's all, man, did you hear how they were intertwining one story with the next? They're like, you can't stick to one thing. No, let me intertwine this one and that one. We start at vaccines, we end up at world hunger. Aye. Gentlemen, let's close it up. I'll give you, if you do have anything you want to say, I'll give you 30 seconds, 30 strong seconds. You close it up. Let me start with Kiplagat. Kiplagat, are you there?
And Andrew, before we go, hang on one moment, Kiplagat, please. There is this guy, Abdulrahman, that is in the comment section fighting with my girlfriend, Mariam, and everybody else. And I want him to grow some balls and pick up the mic for 5 minutes only. You know yourself, Abdulrahman. You have so much wisdom that could save planet Earth, especially at this particular time and space. Show us your ways. I'll get you in when I see your comment, your request. Go ahead, Kibragat.
Hey, a Fiat Friday, kweli. Anyway, disclaimer: I don't sell anything, because now you must say if you are selling anything before you speak, because people have become salesmen and we don't know. Anyway, the big question is, the conversation is going on, and gentlemen, we are talking about serious things in this world. Everybody has his problems. Your problems are not bigger than ours, so you must deal with your own shit the way you know it best. So you bring your problems to us. We have ours to carry. Why should we carry yours? So comparing, there's a guy who was talking about race and equality and all that. People are not the same. In Kalenjin, we say that men are not the same. That is what we normally try to say. Men are not the same. And if we are not the same, we are born with different set of balls. You grow your own balls. There are men who have balls of steel. There are men who have just balls of bulls. It depends on how you carry yourself. At the end of the day, this world is cruel. You have to do your own shit. You have to grow a society where young men grow knowing that they are not being babysat by their mothers. They must go hard or die. That is the world we are going to live, and that is the world we are going to raise our kids in. So we must close the Friday that way, and I will invite anyone who wants to come and drink with me tonight, if you want to. Only girls go. Only girls.
Where should they come? Where will they find you?
Only girls in my house. Come on now.
No, you give them directions. Now that you are so public with it, just tell them where they'll find you. Roy Sambu, where?
Coming to Mother North, bro. Give us a better address.
Tell us where people are coming for the bash. Yeah, tell us where. We send people your way. A couple of people to come and drink your cheap alcohol. Hopeton, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I wanted to say something. You don't need to attack my integrity by thinking that when I say I grew up protected, protected, that it's about love. Every child grows up. Love. You understand? And I have not said that nobody should not say that. Okay, nobody should go out with 18 years or whatever age he chooses to, but they have to go out knowing that what they're going to encounter is something, and everybody needs guidance in a way. You know, even the one who does not know what he's going to do out there, he needs guidance at some time. Otherwise, he'll not reach there. He has to watch somebody and everything. So nobody should come here and tell me, oh, 43 years old. I will not be in my mental state to be able to even say some certain things. I will not say it without knowing certain things and going through certain things. So don't underrate a character just because of your own experience in life, right? So that's all I have to say.
Wow. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Are you guys taught how to talk like this? Is it like is there a school of how to sound like a victim? There must be a school somewhere. I swear there must be. Or maybe you guys watch some certain shows on Netflix. Yeah, how to sound like a victim. Oh man, thank you, Hope Tone. Anybody else who wants to say anything? I'll give you the chance. Inkaholic. Go ahead. You have 30 seconds.
So I would want to submit also on someone in the morning who was saying that after 18 years, a man still needs to be taught by the parents about his parents, stuff like that. That the parents need to assist him to realize himself. I would say no, because I believe every man has something inbuilt within him. Maybe it could be talent, it could be skills, and it's up to you to explore what you feel you can do good. Parents' intervention don't really matter there, because as soon as you reach 18, you're an adult. You can go and explore that outside there yourself. Yeah, that's all.
All right, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Very good insight. You know, we should even reduce it from 18 to like 16. So that you can start preparing your kid early. When it gets to the age of 8, you're like, okay, enough of the childish shit. Now you have 8 years to get out of this bitch. Man. Enough of this childish shit. I'm done with you. Start picking up some, a route. Deliver something. Come on. What are you doing here? Right. Is it Zynema or who? Or Zinema? Zynemax.
Yes, Kife, I would like just to say and to wrap up, like, are you a host? My friend, my nephew always told me that go underneath go and touch your balls so you can know who you are. Since that day, I've been thinking of that, and it gives me a reminder that I'm still a man. I have to undertake some harshness in this world so I can move on. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Thank you, my man. Go cup your balls. Remember that you're still a man. You're going to encounter a lot of shit, but how you overcome is what differentiates you from others. Bro, overcoming is a skill that everybody should learn. Problems are there. Okay, Santino, what do you want to say?
I just want to say real quick, today's space is very interesting as an Open Mic Friday because there's a lot of madness without talking about religion. Did you ever notice that? That's what I found very interesting. Usually when there's madness, there's religion involved, but the irony is both the Doctor and Shannon, they both included mental health in their ramblings. My submission would be real quick, would be bullying should be not used an excuse for not having a point. If you have nothing to say, just shut the hell up. That's my submission.
Yeah, and you only see bullying when you see yourself as a victim. So when you see yourself as a victim, then you'll see a lot of bullying around you. But if you're an overcomer, you're a guy who knows how to deal with shit, then you won't see shit because everybody's dealing with their shit. God damn it. Fictional, are you here? Fictional character. Okay, let's get rid of him. I don't know. Sam, not Sam. Albert. Alboa.
People don't call me that for so long and it is how naitwa hivyo.
So is it Alboa Cinema or just Alboa?
Ni Alboa Cinema. Hiyo ndio natumia kama
brand
a tag online.
Very nice.
Yes. Boss.
Oh, bro,
Today has been
a question just pop out of my mind. Oh, bro. So when you score a good chick and you take them home and you have your camera equipment, do you take short clips and say, let me take a video of you?
No. I'm usually too busy.
Doing what?
You're as in now, imagine, do you know, like setting up lights, Nini, we make sure everything is in focus. But I know the kazi that's distracting.
If I give you my iPhone, you can take a good video George, that I can because you have the iPhone.
But George, listen, even if I'm doing a home video, it has to be of a certain quality. It will look bad quality, on me. Remember that show? It will look bad on my work. It will look good. You see, like people will even not enjoy it because they say, "Tiana semanga umzeni cinematographer." Look at the quality of
they're not doing it for people. This is your own eyes.
for home consumption.
I have a big capacity.
You don't have your own connection.
I'd rather do a new movie every time. What do you?
Bro, you are missing the question. Like you have a girl, and instead of making her sign NDA, you
record.
You create a record.
That's what you are saying. Oh. Honestly,
I will show you my videos and then you can have the ideas. Go ahead.
Albo, are you done, bro? You guys are just nasty. Just Albo, finish, man. We need to close this shit up.
No, it's not you guys. It's him. It's George.
You and this guy you keep following each other into the darkness, into your imagination. Now you guys are already doing videos, man. God damn it. Yeah.
No, but I'm not inside that story. But anyway, I did enjoy this. The only problem, he kicked out the only chance I have to get a recipe for Omena. Now I have to go the rest of my life wondering.
Hey, about this Omena. Hey, bro, that was interesting. No, you guys have made me laugh like crazy.
I'm done for the day. Okay, have a good one. I hope people will enjoy the weekend. Leo tuonane YouTube. Ugo Johnny.
Very good. Thank you, my man. I know Sam is gone. Sam is not alive. He's in cloud 69. Remembering his old days in Uganda. The Kabaka. George, are you still here?
I miss you, Mariam. See you next week.
Oh, man. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me today. Did we have a chick here? There was one lady by the name of Cynthia. But yeah, it was a good, very good session. I totally enjoyed it. I learned a new word, Omena. Yeah. You guys are doing the most out here. So a fiat is a real thing. You know, I'm just encountering these people nowadays, and I thought I was the real fiat, but there are fiats out here, bro. There are people who have so much noise they can't finish a sentence. You can't complete one sentence, start here, end here. You don't, because somebody else is going to interrupt you in your head. Those noises are real, bro. But it was a very good session, and I totally enjoyed this week. I will see you guys on Monday, as always. Do enjoy your weekend. Take care of yourself. Oh, who needs to be told that? Just try something new. That's my only advice. You'll miss these weekends, and you'll be remembering when you're 90, wishing you had just tried. You don't want to be that guy, do you? Take my advice. Go try something new this weekend. Do something you've not done before. And make that a habit, bro. That is such a cool thing. Every time you have a new collection, do you like this? There's something I tried today in a restaurant, and they're called dumplings. In some secret sauce. Wow. You should have seen me, bro. I was losing my shit. It was the first time I've tried that shit, and it was so amazingly and overwhelmingly good. But if I had not tried that, would I be giving this story? Think about it. Some things will stick, some will not. So you just do what you can. But yeah, so do have yourself a good weekend. Remember to join my patreon.com/KibeAndrew. That's where all this content goes to live. We're having a record month again. For the third month in a row, a record month. I'm very impressed. Thank you, gentlemen. I will see you on Monday.